parking spaces today. So you'll find the parking spaces in Baker Park and Newman Street and Grey Street and Taylor Street. And then the toilets are just up the ramp, 10 left and then right, and look out for the signs for the toilets. Sadly, our amazing chef is not available today. I'm so sorry. He had a family emergency this morning, so there won't be any food and refreshments today. I'm sorry about that. And remember, today's dialogue is going to be streamed online. So on StreamYard, you're welcome to watch it as well afterwards if you'd like on childmaintenance.com, .org website. It will also be available on our social media sites. So a very warm welcome to everyone here and everyone who's watching online. Thank you so much for taking your time on a Saturday to come and join us today. Just a reminder about this community. I just want everyone to know, whether you are watching us online or you are here, in this community, your story matters, your voice matters, justice for you and your children matters in this community. And this is one of the few communities when people say, we are in this together, in this community, we actually mean that. You are not alone in your fight for justice for yourselves and for your children. So I just want to remind everyone of that. In today's program, we are marked day 2 of 16 days of activism. South Africa celebrates 16 days of activism from the 25th of November until the 10th of December. It marks a period of no violence against the most vulnerable in our society, being women and children, and let us not forget our elderly. Today, we have here some powerful activists who are in support of this worthy cause, who have been fighting for decades for the rights of children and our women. And today, I just want to take a moment and really honor you all for the work that you've been pouring out in this fight. I always say, one woman at a time, one child at a time, layer by layer. If we continue to work together, we will see change in this area. And then, on that note, we are going to have our first speaker. It's an absolute honor and privilege for me to welcome Minister Derek Bierkes to come and open for us and talk to us about the dialogue on broken relationships. A hand of applause, please, for Minister Derek Bierkes.
I would like to thank you for having me here. I was joking just now, and I said I only go to a place twice, and the second time it is to apologize. So I really hope that we'll have some good discussions today around such an important topic. We have so many vulnerable and wonderful people in our society, and it is incumbent on us all to buy into and become invested parties into this amazing transformation that we can see in our community. I'd like to this morning also just pay homage to a great friend, Dion and his beautiful wife, and also to a great friend of mine that I'm so honored to work with, Laurie and his wife, Annika, and then also Napinki that I've met just now. And it's such a joy to work in community and in harmony and in concert with so many people and finding each other as we together work on this wonderful transformation possibility of this beautiful country. I think maybe it will be nice for us all to say, well, let's bounce, let's find another place. But you know what? We ain't going anywhere because we love this country. Yeah. We've been born into it. Yeah. We've been given such a heritage and the possibilities are endless. I want us to have a look at the concept of dialogue. It's such a wonderful and a fresh concept, but yet it's such an ancient concept. And so this morning, I hope that as we work through these concepts, and I'm really going to keep them very, very simple, I'm going to keep them very crisp. And so to help you see that within this concept of dialogue, there's a world of curiosity that we can find. Firstly, I want us to have a look at the concept of dialogue. The concept of dialogue is an amazing concept, and what we will be looking at as a family and as a team is to look at the idea of what dialogue entails and what the transition into a dialogue paradigm would mean for all of us. Dialogue is essential, and I want us to, in our hearts, have the idea of dialogue. The next slide, yeah. When resolving conflict, what dialogue does, it primarily levels the playing field. There are no superior and inferior cats on the same playing field. What is so difficult to know and what is important for you to know is that dialogue is complex, but it is simple. It's complex because it has such an incredible depth of value and complexities, and we'll deal with that a little bit later. But I want you to know that when you are facilitating a dialogue in terms of working on the paradigm with somebody that's highly conflicted in your office, firstly, they arrive with high levels of anxiety. They arrive there and they feel intimidated. Why? Because the environment that they are in is not their own. They can't hide behind social media and send an absolutely venomous WhatsApp or a voice note to a friend of theirs, or the person they're in conflict, and run away. There's discomfort also with the person in the room, because the very person that had hurt them is sitting in front of them, and so it's counterintuitive to sit with someone that you are in disagreement with. The role of the facilitator of that dialogue is crucial, because your role is to gather and to be able to regulate the energy within that environment, to be able to get folk to feel safe, to enable the equanimity to reign within the hearts of both the parties. You will find that people start to feel triggered, that people might feel offended, that people might feel that they want to say more. But that is where the facilitator, trained and well-versed with human dynamics and understanding the relationship that they are working with, is such a unique challenge. I want to touch very briefly on this. There was a matter in the court on the 23rd of December, I think it's in 2018, where a decision needed to be made by a judge. All the facts were there, that it was a clear indicator that the court rules, and in fact one of the court orders, were disobeyed and flagrantly disregarded. And what we find now is a convolution of two concepts. The one is the Elenchus concept, where you are dealing with when you are prosecuting a matter. I wasn't prosecuting, a friend of mine was. And in this matter, the judge misunderstood his role. He was there to render a decision. However, what he did was, he then tried to mediate a matter that needed a clear-cut decision where legalities were flagrantly disregarded. He referred the matter to arbitration, and still the court orders were not enforced. What I want to say to you is that this environment of almost transitioning will cause us that kind of confusion, but it's a good confusion. Let me put it there. I want you to watch a clip I watched on television. The clip of Mr. Chelly. If we can watch that, sis. Which you will see a little bit later. Mr. Chelly is railing against the young man, Mr. Chelly being, and I hate to use this term, and it goes against everything that I believe in. He is, let me put it, he's a politician, he is a police minister, and a young man from civil society. And what actually happens is, inside of this exchange, we watch how Mr. Chelly completely reverts to what we would call into affect. He's triggered and things become ugly, unhinged, and uncontrolled. Maybe we can, once we've got the speakers, we could watch that clip, and it'll give you the kind of clarity you need. Sorry, brother. Oh, no stress, no stress. When we look at this clip, I want you to watch two things. Firstly, the reaction of the crowd, Mr. Chile's reaction, the young man's reaction, and most important, your own reaction, your body, how it responds to what you see, because that's important for us to note, and I will speak about that a little later, once we've watched the clip. Is it not? We can put it here, I suppose. This one seems to be working quite nicely, the clips. It's the video clip is on YouTube, on ENCA, but it's on my computer here as well. Sorry. Can we search for it? Okay. Sorry, I may not. Okay, we can do that. Yeah. Just allow me to search for it. Oh, okay.
It's there, so you can just
Okay.
very large.
It's very large. Yeah. And then I put it large here as well. Yes. Okay. That's okay.
Hey, there was a tense exchange as Police Minister met with residents today. Civil rights organization Action Society is accusing him of neglecting the Western Cape. The group wants policing devolved to the province areas in the area to address a surge in violent crime and mass shootings, but things got quickly tense.
I did not join human rights battles yesterday. That's why I was sent to prison. That's why I was sent to Robben Island. That's why I lived in the cold water. That's why I ate bad food, because I was fighting for human rights. That's why today we have human rights. Don't teach me about human rights. Don't tell me and tell about the safety of my people. I fought for it.
And there was a tense exchange as Police Minister met.
I was arrested for it. I was exiled for it. Don't provoke me. Don't talk things that you have studied and you have heard, you have been told about. I've lived this life. I've lived the life of being African. I've lived the life when my mother was called a pigeon girl, when my father was called a garden boy. I've lived that life. And I'm not going to take any nonsense of somebody who regards me as a garden boy today, because you regard me as a garden boy. You come here, shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I sat here, I listened to you. I sat here, I listened to you talking nonsense. Listen, it's your time to listen. Sit down and listen, young man. Oh, get out! Oh, get out! Get out!
And there was a tense exchange.
When you watch this sad exchange between two people, on the opposite end of a perceivably ethnic spectrum, you often feel drawn in to the narrative. You often get drawn into the idea that, yes, he has lived through all the inequities and unfairnesses that comes with it. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, the reality is that we are starting to build a new democracy, where every person is important, man, woman, and child, and where every individual has an equal say. That was not a dialogue, that was a political speech. And what he did was to quieten and silence anyone that remotely disagreed with him. I'm not his critic, but I'm certainly one who would say to Mr. Chele, I want you to look opposite this room and see a young man that is talking about his involvement in the community and taking care of, protecting, and positively contributing to an environment that is so toxic and dangerous in the townships, that he wants to lock arms with you, but you fail to see it, Mr. Chele. Mr. Chele, we've got work to do, sir. I will never disrespect the role that you fulfill in society, but I certainly would suggest an alternative way of engagement so that we can have a better product and there can be better creativity toward a greater democracy in this country. South Africa is the only country in the world that had a transitioning without a bullet being fired. In the book of Endgame, we find a marvelous dissertation by the writer who goes through the incredible transition from country to country. Mark Visser, in A Dream Deferred, speaks about the idea of a country that has so been denuded, but the disillusionment that lies in the heart of Mr. Mbeki at the moment, because whatever he had dreamed for had been knocked down by the AIDS epidemic. And so dreams are dashed. But if we can all stand together, and we can learn the power of vulnerability, to be able to talk with one another rather than at one another, that we can speak as people out of one heart that meets each other, we will be able to change our country from what it was to what it needs to be. Protecting our rights to disagree is one of democracy's greatest gifts, and converting this inevitable tension into creative energy is part of democracy's genius. And that was said by Abraham Lincoln in a book written by a young man, a great writer. He makes a comment that in his book called Melancholy by Parker J. Palmer, he makes a comment and he says that within Mr. Lincoln was a tremendous feeling of clinical depression. But inside his heart was always the heart to try to get people together. I was going to play a clip, but that's not important. We can go to the history, the next clip, the next slide will be fine, sis. If you can move to the next one, Dion. No, that one, we can move on from that, yeah. I want you to see this picture here, and my primary work is working with couples in conflict, marital conflict, relational conflict. And it's couples that are really struggling to find themselves and find each other. And inside of this relationship, we see this creative energy just bubbling up and starting to want to work on a quantum physical level, where I can meet you and you can meet me, that both of us can be vulnerable and both of us can look into each other's eyes, dream together, hope together, plan together, be vulnerable together, and fall in love together. But one of the realities is that we don't come into any relationship without wounds as children. We come into the relationship with childhood wounds and relationship wounds. We come there as wounded people. And so what we do is we find each other, and these are all clinical data that speaks of our subconscious mind trying to find someone that will augment me. And so once I find the person, I step into a marital relationship, and past the euphoria of the flooding of dopamine and all the kind of wonderful hormones that comes with falling in love, I then find myself disillusioned and disheartened that the person I was hoping to augment me actually has now become my greatest nightmare. So hurt enters into the discussion. Pain enters into trying to do things that does not work. Trying to talk with one another, and we actually eventually start to increase the volume because my husband or my wife is not listening to me. And so further and further, we send each other to cower, and further we send each other to increase the crescendo, driving us apart from one another, as we've seen with Mr. Cherry. But never the twain shall meet. We don't see each other as broken. We don't see each other as wounded. We see each other that we expect this from you and demand of you. And if you can't give it to me, I will leave you. In fact, I will try to destroy you. And here's where a whole range of pathologies come in. We call it narcissistic, we call it subversive narcissist, and all the kind of narcissists. But I want to warn you, be very careful when you use that term. It's a clinical term that's deeply and utterly bathed within trauma in the person's life. I work with people. I've seen many narcissists in my life, and many of them have turned their lives around. It's a way of acknowledging the pain and the anguish that they've gone through, the drug abuse, the neglect, the abandonment that they've experienced, the sexual abuse that they've lived through. And then they live in the adaptive behaviors where all they can do is fight and say, me first. The very nature of narcissism is selfishness. And so I encourage you to be careful. The next view I want you to see is when the beauty of relationship becomes. The beauty of relationship starts when I am quite prepared to walk over that bridge that spans the gap between you and I. When I will go over that bridge in my vulnerability and say, I am going to go across this bridge. I'm going to visit my partner. I'm going to visit my wife. I'm going to visit my child. I'm going to see what their world looks like. Rather than being in conflict, I'm going to try to understand what their world is like. In my practice, I speak with wonderful people. And I would always say the following to them. I'd say to them, I need you to understand that what we are doing in the therapy with you is to help us understand the reason for your behavior, although it doesn't excuse it. But when we understand the behavior, we are then empowered to relationally agree on a plan of action in order to change and what needs to be changed, because sometimes we don't even know what must be changed. There's a wonderful concept in Scripture that said God has created us for relationships. The wonderful thing that I find even more intriguing is that when we look at the concept of relationship, we see that there is the story of Adam when Eve arrives at him. And I mean, we all are adults here. She arrives, and I would imagine she was completely without clothes. She did not have Gucci or Versace on. Must have been a magnificent sight. Sorry, I see your eyes going blood red here. She must have been unbelievably beautiful. Remember, that was the crescendo of the creation. The Hebrew will tell you that God said at the crescendo of his creation, he says, it is tov, tov, ma'ot. Very, very good. And then he turns around and he looks at Adam and he said, Adam, do me a favor. Name all the animals. And by the way, find out if there's anybody that's comparable to you. Adam comes back and he says, I want you to know the following. Then what he does is he then puts Adam to sleep. Then he takes a woman out of Adam's side. Then he creates and he forms this beautiful woman. The Hebrew is so rich because he speaks about relational values. The word he used there is, firstly, he created them echad, to be one. The second thing, he creates them to be comparable to each other. The concept of being comparable to each other is called ezer. Frank translation of the Hebrew would mean, yes, it is servant or assistant or helper, but I dare you to consider God as your servant or your helper. Because the same word God uses for the woman is the same word he used for himself. Because 21 times out of 19 times out of 21 times that the word ezer is used, he used it of himself. God is the helper of humankind. where God steps alongside you and I, and he says, I will help you. The word is also an incredible word, a military word that is used in the book of Judges by a lady called Deborah. She's the commander of God's army, and she goes out and she commands respect. But she goes out and conquers an army. It's a military term. And I want to speak to us men that when your wife becomes agitated, when she fights, don't you dare quell that spirit. Just say to her, baby, are you fighting me or are you fighting the world? Redirect the energy immediately. Say to her, sugar lump, let's keep the enemy clear in our view. Because if you're going to fight me, I'm going to get hurt. And I love you too much. I don't want you to hurt me. And so the wife then says, that's cool. Let's revision where we're going. When we look at this concept, the next concept is one of my favorite men called the Hammarskjöld. He was the United Nations Secretary General, and he died of a terrible aeroplane accident. It was actually planned by a government to kill him. He was on his way, and he's on the right-hand side, he was on his way to bring peace in a country. But I want you to know about this man. You see, he had a keen interest in making peace. He was a Swedish economist. And what he did was he wanted to see the world changed. And so what he did was he sat with Martin Buber in Jerusalem, a good friend of his, and they would talk about this concept of respecting each other. Watch in dialogue. And so when he spoke to them, he would say to Martin Buber, talk to me, Martin. And so Martin said, the fundamental idea of dialogue lies in when I consider you as the thou. I recognize the holiness and the magnificence of God's creation within you. I watch the complexity, yet beauty of the other. And that is why in his book called Ich und Du, when the Hammarskjöld was found dead, they found in his briefcase, they found the book Ich und Du, I and Thou, written by Martin Buber, a Jewish mystic, theologian. And inside of this book, he speaks about the holy other. And so when we go into dialogue, then we treat each other as holy other. That my wife is different, but she is holy other. She's different. And I marvel at her differentiation from me. The fact that I cannot bring into this world babies or even nurse any children accentuates her wonderful miraculousness to be able to bring forth into this world. So he says the following, Bonhoeffer, and this was written in his letters and papers from prison, written by a very good writer called Eberhard Betcher. He says, Bonhoeffer, in the solitude of his imprisonment, wrote to a close friend, I often notice here, both in myself and in others, the difference between the need to be communicative, the wish for conversation, and the desire for confession. The wish for a good conversation, a meeting of minds, is quite another matter. But there are very few people here who can carry on a conversation that goes beyond their own personal concerns. Dialogue creates the environment and the richness and the platform where all of these amazing attributes of humankind can get a platform to be articulated comfortably. In other words, I can then listen to you and your pain. I'm not going to ask you, stop being emotional. I'm going to regulate that in a way that allows you to speak about your emotions. Help you get a vocabulary that helps you articulate in the highest form that God has given you, and that is the executive center of your mind, to be able to speak and be heard. Dialogue is the most amazing concept because it provides a structure. The next slide, please. It provides It provides a structure for disheveled feelings. It also provides equal time and chance to express feelings, to be heard. It also provides an opportunity for you to transcend yourself and to arrest and suspend fight or flight reactivity. It also enhances and elicits good feeling hormones where people can start to think creatively. It helps the facilitator to sit and marvel at that holy moment playing out in front of them. It deepens relationships and it educates culturally. In other words, there may be things that you come from, your background. Take Mr. Chele and this wonderful young man. Two beautiful individuals looking at the same coin from the opposite spectrum, seeing themselves as opposing, but really what they are saying, I want you to recognize my otherness. What I can bring, I have experienced the pain, you've only read about it. Don't deny, Mr. Chele, the right of being able to speak about it, but we have to create structure so that Mr. Chele can speak and be regarded with respect that he deserves. Our political views means nothing because we are dealing with humanity. I love one man, John Stott. He says, he speaks about the concept of the no man is an island on his own. Each man is an island on the total continent of mankind. And he says, when you and I meet each other, we start to meet in this wonderful complexity and richness of understanding and knowing more about each other. In the dialogue, there are no power plays. In the dialogue, there is no more and there is no less. We are equal. We are equal because we regard each other as being created in the image of a holy God. And because of that, we treat each other with deep respect. The next slide I'd like us to touch on. There are many other kinds of dialogues. There's the informal chat just between two people. When you're chatting to your husband or your lover and you're talking with great intrigue about how you feel, what your plans are, just how good the food is that he or she had prepared for you, just how incredibly wonderful and delectable and rich the taste of the excellent wine that you're enjoying together, or even the glass of water. There's a facilitated dialogue where someone is helping you to resolve. Then there's also the social dialogue, which Imago uniquely has coined as the communologue, where everybody is in a room together and we speak together. We don't speak over each other. The one-on-one dialogue where a couple just wants to chat. I remember when I was busy with research, my wife said to me the one day, and I had been writing from, I think it was 12 o'clock in the morning till about 10 that evening, and she said to me, that's enough now. And eventually I said to her, what do you mean? She says, I was going to say what she said, but I'm going to basically say, she says, time to change the focus. The next day we went to the moonrise picnic at the Paul Toll Monument. Rich part of our history. I'm not ashamed of my language or language that we have in this country. Every one of them are wonderful. And so we arrived there, and I'll never forget as long as I live, lying on just a chair, a couch, and looking into the stars because it was completely dark, and talking to her. And she just listened. There's the formal teaching session, and that's maybe for another discussion. The next slide I want us to look at is what dialogue is about. Dialogue has got a rich etymological history, but it speaks of inclusivity and it speaks of richness. It emphasizes the involvement of two or more persons. In other words, we speak across, through, and between, and we speak with one another. This comes out of a Greek dictionary by a grammarian called Mr. Arndt and Gingrich. I don't want to say too much about that. A conversation, I've often heard this discussion with so many people. Let's have a conversation. But I want to deepen it. Let's have a dialogue. Let's have a dialogue, because a conversation seems to be one that we converse. Dialogue means that it's all in. That we are here to find each other. To find each other. Where we see the whole among the parts. We see the connections between our parts. We inquire into our assumptions and our cultural prejudices and predispositions and predilections. And so we then say to each other, is that how you view me? We learn through inquiry and disclosure. We create shared meaning, and among many, we start to find the richness and open the door for human beings to contribute rather than just to be part of the greater dialogue that we are engaging in. I'd like us to go to the image of the bridge. May I take my jacket off, please?
Of course.
Thank you. When we talk about the dialogue, there's a crossing of the bridge. And as you will notice, both those, thank you, my sis, that both the islands are very different from each other. The one is a double-story building, the other one has a small building between some trees. But we watch the foliage is different. We watch maybe on the left-hand side, we see, on the right-hand side, we see palms. On the left-hand side, we see a whole different, I think it's a Norfolk pine. And so we watch, there is a difference there. But when I walk over that bridge, I become more of you and less of me. I become more of your world than mine. I love the story where John the Baptist comes and his disciples, Jesus' disciple sees him coming. His disciple sees him going to Jesus, and he says to him, here truly is this the Lamb of God. And then he makes this remarkable concept, which is repeated in Philippians chapter 2, which is the concept of kenosis. In other words, emptying yourself out from yourself. Losing the idea of I am more important than anybody else. My opinion matters. No. One-upmanship is not appropriate in an environment where we deal with one another as equals, but we become intrigued because of the contribution each one can make to the greater story of where we want to be together. The next slide for me is I was going to play this of a dear friend of mine, but I'm going to leave it there. I'm not quite sure how much time I have, and so I want to stretch time. Okay, how much? 5 more minutes? Okay. When we look at structured dialogue, you can maybe go further than that. Sorry, maybe just go back to that once more. I want to just pay tribute. One back more, the video. I want you to watch this clip. Oh, it is one of the most amazing clips. There's an amazing man that I respect so much, Teun Stofberg. Excellent rugby player and excellent conversationalist. He led our rugby team way back, and I can't remember when. But when you meet him, you will not meet a more gentler person. In his office, in his practice, he has these two hands. If you can see, if you look at it only from the one side, you see the strong hand that can destroy, but then you look at it from this ever-progressive hand that can really bring about beauty, protection, and kindness. Oh, I wish I said that. But Teun Stofberg said that. And he drew my mind to the idea of being intrigued that sometimes what we see is not what there is. The next clip after that is, again, we share from different worlds. And both of those worlds are equally valid. Both of those worlds has a rightful place within this wonderful tapestry of our incredible democracy and country, and also in our relationship between husband and wife. We are just different. But we each one have got a right to be there. If we go to the next slide, we speak about the same concept. We often want to view the world only from my side. And often you find it's a need for validation. a need for recognition and acknowledgement that I can also say something. But when we provide that for each other, that platform of genuine intrigue and wonderment, we watch how resistance drops. If we go further, dialogue brings structure. It gives equal time. It arrests and suspends. It enhances and elicits. You experience holy moments, deepens relationships, give platform. And this comes from tears when people start to heal. People start to heal the moment that they feel heard. Communication is complex. And I don't want to underestimate that it is complex, but it is so simple. When we move on, the idea of keeping each other safe in the core of our hand. I often work with couples just prior to them being married or right after they've been married. I said, you must forget how you spell love. Love is spelled S-A-F-E. Because when you and I get married, or when you get married to one another, what you do say, I entrust my heart to you. And I want you to keep me safe, so that I don't have to fear, and so that I can heal. I've seen the most incredible transformations in the hearts of people. And I want to just touch in my next 3 minutes that I've got on 3 aspects of the process. And that's quite a few slides later. Sorry, man. There we go. 3 main aspects. The first one is mirroring. And this we can probably deal with at another time, Lord willing, in the new year, where we speak about mirroring. And that is holding up a flat mirror between each other, where I look into your eyes and you say to me, I want to tell you that I love you. I want to tell you that what you did really hurt me. And so the person doesn't turn around and say, well, too bad, you deserved it. Nope. Suspend judgment, and they say, if I got it right, firstly, you said you loved me so much. And secondly, you said that I hurt you so badly. Did I hear everything? And did I hear it correctly? And she might say, yes, you heard correctly. Is there more? Tell me more. And then she'll tell more and say, when you looked at Florence, it really hurt me, because it took something out of my heart that belonged to me. You're mine. And when that happened, something happened to me. Something died in me. And you watch how the husband, when he watches, the softness, or even when the wife has done something wrong and broken the relationship, where he said, you were everything and you are everything for me. But when you went across the road to find fulfillment somewhere else, something died in me. And then you watch how her eyes become softer. And then she validates the second point where she says, you make sense to me now. Because I notice whenever I answer my WhatsApp, or whenever we go to a function and he or she is there, I watch how your face changes. I watch how your heart becomes sad. And now it makes complete sense to me. Wow, that I could have done that to you and placed you in this space. And then empathy is the idea of, wow, I can imagine that you must feel humiliated, that you must feel less, that you must feel hurt. that you must feel you want to run away, that you must feel there's no use fighting anymore. And so you allow that empathy to build within the couple, so that feeling the very thing that we are afraid of can be transferred. And you watch the body language of both parties change, and you watch how slowly they start to let each other in. I want to respect the time that's been allocated to me, and so I want to just check if can I close here? Can we maybe move on to just one more slide, and then it's too far ahead. That's fine. It's not a problem. But there's a beautiful slide that further down. Oh, a little bit back. That one. Can you imagine if we change our boardrooms, our coffee places, to a place where dialogue takes place? The richness of listening to views that are different to mine, and being intrigued and say, what? I never thought of it in that way. Where did you do that? Well, this is what I thought. Okay, let me see if I've got that. And suddenly the world starts changing. There's more I wanted to say, but I'm going to respect your time, and so we can maybe at another time speak about this, because what happens is, once that happens, dopamine is spiked. Creativity is spiked. Resistance is no longer an issue. I don't function in my adaptive behaviors, and I now see you for who you are. I and thou, not I and it. You are valuable. You've been created in the image of God, and therefore you're a sacred trust in my life. I want to honor you and thank you so much for having me. It is an honor to serve you, and I pray that we'll have a wonderful, wonderful morning together. God bless. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Minister Lewis. That was really powerful. Sure. Wow, you've reminded us of a lot. But what really touched my heart is when you said everyone is important and everyone has something to say. It sounds simple. Everyone, for those who are watching online, here in this auditorium, you are important. You have something to say. You have something to contribute in this movement. You have something to contribute towards creating the change we want to see in this area. We still have a lot of work to do. South Africa will still have a lot of work to do. So I'm going to ask, if you're sitting here or online, what do you have today? With everything that you are, with everything that you carry, what do you have today that you can bring to the table today? For the women and for the children of this nation, what do you have today that you can bring to the table today? Our next speaker is a woman who leads with strength, dignity, compassion, and resilience. Mrs. Faldila de Vries, I would like to take this moment and thank you for nurturing and serving the community of Manenberg. And today, she's going to be sharing about the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and give us an in-depth discussion on Pillar 3 and Pillar 5. A warm hand of applause, please, for Mrs. Faldila.
Thank you. Thank you, Bongi. Like you, I also ended up here. I think it was in May sometime. Thank you. And I got notice of this workshops through social media. And my first attendance, I think, was in May. And when I listened to everybody and what is still happening at the courts, I was really angry, shocked, because in 1982 or thereabout, I went through the same process. So then I discovered that nothing changed. I think then it was even worse because you had no progressive legislation that you could fall back on. You had white magistrates, an Athlone court I attended several times, that treated you as if you had no say. I had, you know, I even felt so strong about my experience at the maintenance court that I went to the poverty hearings, which they had after the truth and reconciliation hearings. And I went to share my story about my experience at court, but I went there to share it because I said to the commissioners, I'm sharing my story on behalf of all the other women. And today, I think a lot of those stories are still being shared on our chat. And I think a lot of other women benefit from other stories and how and what to do. And to Liesel and Natasha, I want to say sometimes you feel frustrated that you're doing all the hard work of answering, and Dion and everybody else. But I think you need to realize that you're like a pebble in a pond, because the info is going out there through others that are silent on the chat and may not have the confidence to answer because they feel they may give the wrong answers. So take heed to that you are making an impact beyond. So I'm been asked to speak on Pillar 3 and Pillar 5. And I must say this is the view and what the NPA may think they would like to achieve. But when I went through it, I thought that some of these things may not be achievable. And the one reason, Advocate Dion, is that some of these things that you want to achieve in your 5-year plan is not the NPA's mandate. So how do you deliver on a mandate that constitutionally is not yours? And I want to highlight this point because often we go and knock at the wrong door, and that door don't have the mandate. You talk about housing, but housing is not your mandate. And some of the things that the NPA has in their goals is sometimes the mandate of SAPS. And a lot of times, and most times, victims of gender-based violence starts at SAPS. And that, if they don't get the proper service at SAPS to start off with, then along the line, so it has a ripple effect and a bad effect on women's experiences through the process of the courts and everywhere else. The other general point I want to make is that I feel that as civil society, or from my point of view, there is no cross interaction between the various departments of government. They all work in silos and don't deal with gender-based violence as a holistic issue. And all spheres of government talks about this integration and multi-sectoral interactions. But in reality, for people on the ground, it doesn't happen. You know, I was also at some point in local government, and in local government they talk about the integrated development plan. And that plan is supposed to be that different departments align their budgets and their plans integratively. But you still find that after so many years, I think it's more than 15 years of the concept, that this concept is still not being practiced in local government, so you get skewed development happening. And I think the same, I could safely say, for government itself as a whole. The other point I want to make is that when we as civil society are engaging with government and they make all these promises, my view is always to ask, show me the budget. Because all these promises can only be implemented via a budget. And if there's no allocation via budget, then the project 99.9 times won't be implemented. So I always engage, even in Menenberg where I serve on the MERP project, show me the budget. They hide the budget because whatever they say, we know it's not going to be delivered. Can I just... Can somebody just move slides? Because you're a technocrat, so I need to get the slides with other speak to. So. Is it this one? Okay. Sorry. So where do I go down? Okay, fine. So, okay. So the pillar speaks about safety, speaks about the response to safety for women. So in all of this, I think we've missed the point, Mr. Sorry about that. Okay, so my response to the pillar 3 is that police, who is in most cases the first point of contact as a surveyor, enters the criminal's justice space with immediate intervention, i.e. arrest, confiscation of weapons, medical and psychological first aid. Because when you get to the police station, in reality, the most embarrassing and putting down experience for victims of gender-based violence is when the constable or the police officer at the back of the desk asks you very loudly in a public space, what are you here for? There's no privacy, there's no taking of respect for the person's emotional situation at that point. And the victim empowerment, the web rooms, is often not manned sufficiently and dependent on the volunteers from the community to man those spaces. And often there's a lack of volunteers and there's no coordination to ensure that there's always somebody in the web room. I've been serving on the CPF and I know that there's no support from government in the form of functionality of the web room or even supplying the simple basics of coffee and tea and stuff like that. So that is all dependent on the volunteers that run the web room and sometimes a very sensitive police officer. So the first point is already where people are for the second time traumatized and victimized coming to the police station. Court staff and prosecutors who will ensure that survivors is treated with dignity and informed and prepared for their cases. Sometimes the victim comes for the first time to a court, has never been there, and are intimidated by the very setup and the perpetrators, lawyers, and so on. So I think it's always good for prosecutors to take the victim to the space where they're going to be, because that's what I did once with a victim that has never been to a court, and it made such a difference to the person. Officials from social services, Department of Social Development, must ensure psychosocial support throughout the entire process. I've never seen that happening, or very few instances that it does. There's sometimes no visits, physical visits by social workers to the dysfunctional families or the space where the victim is operating from. Healthcare workers who must ensure that the emergency care is at the day hospitals and the hospitals where the victims are being taken to. Then correctional services must ensure the protection of survivors as they are responsible for keeping offenders such that they don't victimize and traumatize the survivors. Sometimes this victimization comes from the families of the perpetrators, sometimes within the survivor's own family, because they talk about how is it affecting the perpetrator's family instead of looking at the trauma of the survivor. These services are intended to ensure that survivors adequately receive access to justice and assist survivors to hold everyone involved in the criminal system accountable. If one compares gender-based violence and the survivors' experience, one can equate that to what is also happening in the maintenance courts, where the complainant is treated as if they are the perpetrators. In a lot of cases, this is the same for gender-based violence. I'm going to rush through this quickly. I've got limited time. The Pillar 5, which talks about accelerated initiatives that address women's unequal economic and social position through access to government and private sector procurement, employment, housing, access to land, financial resources, and other income-generating initiatives, safe workplace, places that are free of violence against women and LGBTQIA plus persons, including but not limited to sexual harassments. If one looks at some of the amendments to the policy that on Domestic Violence Act, it has gone some way, and maybe some of us will say not enough, to address the definitions within the Domestic Violence Act. And so it broadens what domestic violence really. And just to refer back to some of the chats that we've seen, a lot of the women is complaining about the behavior of the, as they call it, baby daddy on the chat, or ex-husband on the chat, and the violence that these children are exposed to. Now, at the moment, the new amendments address that it's actually a violation of the Domestic Violence Act to expose children to violence within the household. And I want to encourage some of our women to actually take up that point when dealing with maintenance. I know I've got limited time, so I'll jump through all the loops. So my response to Pillar 5 is that despite the fact that affirmative action legislation includes women as a target group, in many instances, women are often not the preferential candidate in employment selection. So I don't know how they score women in that interview, because you're supposed to score higher women and disability, and often you find that it's not the case. And often we as women don't ask for the score sheets, because that is how we will put pressure on selection, employment selections. This is the case from the boardroom to the shop floor. If we look at South Africa and the corporate boardrooms, very few women are CEOs or serving on the board or the chairperson of the board. So that in itself shows that Pillar 5 is still a long way from being implemented. Women are therefore disempowered economically. If you don't take that pay packet home that was due to you with the same qualification as your male counterpart, then in my opinion, you are disenfranchised, disempowered economically. The contribution of value and value of women in the home is often ignored and nullified. An example of this is women are expected to pay for groceries, childcare, clothing, etc., while men pay the bond and car, etc., the tangible assets they pay for. Because when it comes to these arguments, it is said, it's my house and my car, forgetting about the money that the woman has spent on all the groceries and the clothing and all of this. And even in divorce proceedings, you will find that those contributions is not factored in. The contribution that women did for groceries and clothing and childcare and everything else. Lack of proper housing and overcrowding is one of the biggest causes of sexual abuse in the home. Not sufficient housing delivery is budgeted for, and in some cases the budget is underspent by provinces and returned to national treasury. The current housing target in the Western Cape is 6,193 units for the whole province. So one can just, given those figures, you can think of this thousands and millions of people in need of housing, and in one province, in this province, which was supposed to be one of the best provinces, they only deliver 6,193 units. And I can tell you that from a very reliable source. In Menenberg, an RDP housing project of 645 units has taken more than 5 years and is only now nearing completion. During these 5 years, much more than 645 new applications could possibly have been received for Menenberg alone. So there's no dent or any way that we are going to deal with this huge housing backlog if you look at the amount of delivery that is taking place. Hence, there's no interaction or link between the issues that we're grappling with and those who have the mandate to deliver. And others make promises on mandates of other departments, and then they can say, but housing is not in this case, housing is not our responsibility. But they've looked at it as an issue, but they don't engage with human settlements to say, at the courts, these are our findings. At NPA, these are our findings. These are our 5-year implementation plan, and it includes housing. But housing is not the NPA's mandate. So I'd just like to also say that when the president made these announcements, he was very aware that in this country, has the most progressive constitution. And I sometimes go on YouTube and look what's happening in the USA. And I compare what their political policies and stuff are. And I can truly say that we're far ahead of the USA as far as our constitution. And therefore, our constitution, we must hold politicians accountable. And I'm always amazed at how many people say it's their constitutional right, but has never held this little book in their hand, has never opened the first page of it. And so when I did a project in the city of Cape Town, I acquired stacks of this book and made it a part of my training that each person was given this constitutional little booklet. And I can tell you, I make use of this all the time. And it will refer to certain rights, and then you will find the legislation that will deal with those rights. And then you go look for that, and you use that. You use that, I use it all the time. Access to Information Act is my favorite one. And so I would want to encourage everybody to familiarize themselves with this. Don't have to be a legal eagle. It is so simplistically written, other than the Latin jargon that was there before. So please, I leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Santos, for that powerful talk that you've just given us. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who's accountable. There's still a lot of gaps between the strategy and the implementation. So are we going to wait for the government and the justice system to get things right, or are we going to rise up today with what we have today and be willing to learn from each other, embrace each other, embrace our diversity, acknowledge each other's talents and skills today, and join in this fight. Unfortunately, our next speaker is not here today, so Advocate John Bakers would like to share something with us.
I just ask for a quick moment that I can address some of what Fraudila said. Maybe I didn't make my mandate or my discussion too clear to her. It's not the NPA's mandate to fulfill for housing. It's not the NPA's mandate to fulfill as far as safety and security is concerned. But what I would like us to start doing the dialogue about is to start to probe into our communities, into what's happening in our communities. How are we complying with all those pillars that the president announced. I want to know how it affects the people in Manenberg.
Yeah.
That is where we need to go in. And I must commend you. You did a brilliant job as far as looking and actually going into Manenberg and saying what's happening to women in the communities, how they are not getting those work opportunities to empower them. And that is what I would like us to introduce as our dialogue for 2023. It's not just going to be limited to maintenance. It should be overarching, dealing with domestic violence, dealing with gender-based violence, and dealing with those pillars. And you set the tone now for us, Valdila. Thank you so much for it. And that is what I am planning to get as speakers next year. We're going to go into the Swartland area. We want to know what's happening in Porterville. What is their response to those pillars? And that is how we're going to start it off. Where people know about the presidential summit, the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, but we need to probe it further.
Yeah.
How does it become a reality for all of us?
Yeah.
And that is where we're heading to. So this community dialogue is not just going to focus on maintenance. We want to see the bigger picture and how we can deal with these social ills. And that's why I got the powerful Derek Beekers to come and speak, just to start the dialogue and get us on the road. And from here onwards, we're going to get more of these powerful speakers for 2023 that will address these issues, and where we look deeper than just what we see as far as maintenance is concerned, where we look next month at the National Credit Act, where Mr. Zimmerman will explain to us those provisions in the National Credit Act pertaining to maintenance and how it should be used. And this is where the dialogue is going to start. So thank you so much, Valdila.
Got the last slide, it speaks exactly about the money lenders issue that women in my township encounters.
Wonderful.
So
No, but don't worry. You're gonna have an opportunity next month to deal with that specific part of it. You are going to be one of the speakers at these community dialogues where you share what's happening on the Cape Flats, and all of those things are going to be made more and more known out there to people. And this is where the NPA is just becoming a platform for us to discuss these issues and for us to engage in it and know that there's an NSP, there's a pillar 3, there's a pillar 5, but what does it mean for us in the communities? That's what we're going to delve in next year, 2023, and that's what's going to be the dialogue. And I want it to be vibrant, and it's not going to be me speaking anymore. I'm done. I'm just with Papgeld, I'm done. I want to hear your views. I want to hear the activists in the communities and what their struggles are with pillar 3, their struggles is with pillar 5, and then we take it from there. But I'll hand over to my competent and beautiful speaker, let her say, but I just wanted to respond on what Valdila said. But thank you so much for that presentation, and thank you for sticking to the mandate that I gave you. You did a superb job, and this is what we want to hear. We want to hear what's going on in Manenberg. We want to hear what's going on in the Cape Flats, and then take that to a broader forum where the president will be able to hear these type of dialogues.
Thank you very much, Again, Again, just a reminder, this session is recorded and is streamed online. And thank you to our online viewers for joining us this Saturday. And also, it will be available on our www.topmeetings.org website afterwards if you'd like to watch it again, or on our social media sites. I believe women leading with power, grace, passion, caring, kindness can bring so much healing to our society. And our next speaker embodies exactly that. Mrs. Annika Grevenstein, thank you so much for the work that you've done in the last 16 years, empowering families, mediators, and really facilitating access to creative and innovative solutions to family resolving family disputes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the MC, you asked a very important question. As I speak up, that's one of my main problems. Always when I speak, I'm going to try. Let's try again. You asked a very important question. What do we bring to the table? We started alternative dispute resolution, working with alternative dispute resolution 16 years ago. And that brought us to developing this app. And last year, my husband and Derek started doing dialogue because we realized that if we can't bring people to the table, we can't do a mediation. And that was one of the biggest resistance factors that we have. So we train dialogue facilitators for all communities in South Africa. That's part of what we bring to the table. We need ADR specifically.
Is the mic closer? Sorry.
Closer.
Yeah.
I specifically want to talk today to you guys about the co-parenting app. We've developed that specifically for mediators, other professionals, and also for parents in South Africa, because we realized with everything that we deal with, we need to start using technology to take us forward and to create a platform where we can actually serve our families in South Africa a lot better. If you look at who is looking after our children in South Africa, it's actually quite shocking statistics. If you can please show me the next slide, I'll appreciate that. Well, not me, you guys. It's shocking statistics. 4% of our children stay with fathers only. Our mothers look after 42% of our children. 21% of our children stay with neither parent. Only 33% of our children stay with both biological parents. Then we really need to ask the question, where are we going as families? Not only in South Africa, in the world. Then we come back to South Africa and we look at South Africa, and then you look at the September 2020 stats where we have 12.5 million children on child support grants. Our births in South Africa is between 800 close to 1 million per annum. Then you speak to the Department of Women and Children and they tell you we only have 200,000 new maintenance applications per annum. There's a gap there. And for all of these reasons, that's why at Social Justice we developed this app. But I wanted to tell you where we're coming from and why we're saying that we need this app. There's various categories of apps, and this app is proudly South African. It's you get a multifunction co-parenting app. Then you also get apps that only do scheduling, or you get apps that only do expense trackers. We wanted a multifunction co-parenting app that's actually going to work for both parents in South Africa. The development of this app started in 2018 already. This was not an overnight thing. And believe me, my husband's grey hairs is not there for no reason at all. Typically, legal tech is two different environments that we don't normally bring together. And as mediators, technology is not really part of our everyday work and what we do. So we had to grow a lot with the development and what we've been doing. Now, one of the co-founders of this app is actually in Australia, and it's a shame that she's not here, but we need to honor her for the work that she's done in bringing this app to the table. And that's one of our mediators, Tanya Boucher. The more functions you have on the app, the more expensive it becomes to develop. But I want our parents in South Africa to think about the fact that if you're going to use this app, your mediator or your other professional and being in the background, paying for an app is less than one consultation with a professional. The main goal that we have with this app is to actually create a neutral platform so that we can have less disputes. And we do know that it's not going to be a case of there's going to be no more disputes. I think all the professionals in this room know that that is something that's not going to happen overnight. Maybe 4 generations from now, we will have no more disputes in families, but then we will not be here. It's a goal that's definitely not for our generation. I would like our judges and our magistrates in South Africa, when they work with parental rights and responsibilities, or when they grant a court order for a parenting plan or a divorce order, to start recommending that parents use mediators, but also that they use the app. Also, our professional environment, our attorneys, our psychologists, our social workers, our people working in the courts, to recommend that parents use a co-parenting app, not specifically ours. If you go onto Google Play, you will see that there's various apps available. Obviously, I would like to say use our app because we are the best, but if you go onto Google Play, you will see that there's various options available. And we do create that neutral platform that's required. Apart from the fact that we're trying to simplify communication between parents, and that we try and make it as easy as possible, in the end of the day, it's all about the well-being of the children. Working as a mediator for such a long time, we see on a regular basis that because the conflict between the parents is so high and it's so unrealistic, the only people that really suffer in this whole exercise is our children.
Yeah.
And they don't understand what's happening and why this is happening, because they actually love both parents. They want to understand, they want to have a relationship with both parents.
Yeah.
They feel uncomfortable if they go to a child psychologist for a voice of the child, and they come in and they say, my mommy said, I'm not supposed to see my daddy. It makes it very, very difficult for that father to have a relationship with that child. And we also see things the other way around. So for me, the bottom line of this app is it's actually about the children.
Yeah.
And I hope the picture that we've chosen give you that message. Okay, so where do you start? It's only on Google Play yet. We've got our master IT lady here, Pinky. You can ask her the question. When are they going to be finished with uploading it to Huawei and Apple? That's not part of my professional capabilities. When it comes to IT, I have a little bit of a challenge, but I'm working on it. So you can go to Google Play or you can go to our website, you can download it. We've done all the testing that we possibly can do, but the real testing is going to start now when our professionals in South Africa and our parents use it, because we think we know what we want in this. And this is only the start of this whole exercise. There's still a lot of things that we would like to do. One of my dreams is to make it available in all 11 languages that we have in South Africa. It's coming. We're not there yet, but it's coming. So you can download it, it's secure. That's why the one parent is going to insert the information. There's a notification that's going to go to the other parent. We had to build in additional security, mainly because we're working with minors. Details, I don't need to explain anything about poppy and all of these additional things. You know better than I do. Minors details, we need to protect it even more. So all of that's been done. All the safeties, the securities, it's all there. Why do we need a multifunction app? When we were planning this and we were looking at this, we realized that we need to touch on the pain points that we have in families, but also in the pain points that we look after as mediators on a daily basis. Yeah. Many times, there's situations where people come in for a mediation and it could have actually been resolved a lot easier. Or people wait for a court date. It's a simple thing. If there was just a neutral platform, it could have moved forward. But because they can't get hold of a professional on a Thursday or a Friday afternoon, there can be no transition and one parent don't see the child over the weekend. So a shared calendar. It's an instant communication platform. The thing that I enjoy the most is the fact that we actually have a language filter. And it's like an indicator giving you, as the parent typing the message, the more aggressive the language becomes. There's a line going from green all the way to red. And the idea is, the psychology behind that is that you will think twice before you send that message. We had lots of fun with the testing. I've learned lots of new swear words that I didn't know existed. So be careful, because if you do use the app and there's aggressive language, there's no way that you can delete that message. So your mediator that's going to be in the background, or eventually you're going to end up in the children's court in Bellville or Pretoria or wherever, if the parent is going to give consent, we will have a record and there will be no more he said, she said scenario. The document storage facility, that's specifically for parents where we need to share birth certificates, we need to have shared documents when it comes to school resources, and everything relating to the child. The resource directory and the assistant directory, for me, is very important. We want professionals on the platform that will be able to assist parents. You don't need to go to, you can go to Google. I think we all go to Google first before we do anything else these days. But the assistance directory is there for professionals to assist people. And that's where my mediators, my attorneys, and my family counselors, my counselors, everybody that can help my families come into play. We will obviously not add anybody and everybody to this directory, because we want to build accountability and responsibility for all our professionals working with our families in South Africa. I always say when we train, it's fine, you can make a mistake when you work with money or you work with civil contracts, but you can't make a mistake when you work with children. Because it's devastating if you make a mistake when you work with children. We can't turn that around. Money, we can earn more money. There's lots of money out there. We can sign new contracts. But if you break a child's heart or you cause hurt, it's almost irreversible in some cases. The last but not the least is the Consumer Profile Bureau listing that we do. From all the apps that's available on the Play stores, and I'm not only talking about Google, I'm talking about Apple and Harvey. And then I think at this stage, I would like to say it's a world trend. We are the first bureau, Consumer Profile Bureau, that will be listing maintenance obligations on people's credit profiles.
So good. So good.
But this is a discussion for another day. I won't go there today. Your secure instant messaging, I can talk to you about that, and the fact that you cannot delete it. So parents, please be careful. And if there's any words that we don't know that we would like to block, the idea is that the language filter block any adverse languages, swear words. You won't be able to use emojis or anything like that, because we've seen in our WhatsApp groups when we work with parents that it's just another way of creating conflict. So there's no emojis. It's been blocked. We will not be able to. So there was a lot of thinking that's gone into this app. And if you've got any bright ideas, please share it with us, because it's going to help us to really build something stunning going forward. If you look at the shared calendar for parents, as a mediator, yes, we will find parents that's going to do their own contact and care arrangements. But as mediators, this app can actually help you to reach an agreement sooner. There's preloaded calendars, because there's a trend in the market when it comes to typical things, every alternative weekend, and 1 week, or there's a shared month, and you will be able to schedule it for 3 or 5 years, and it's done. I've worked with cases where parents actually want you to work on a Google Calendar, and that was one of the reasons why we needed this app. You will work on a Google Calendar, and you will specify times, Friday afternoon, the 13th of June, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you will have to do that for 5 years. And 6 months later, they come back and they say, we need to change this now because I don't want it this way. As a mediator, I feel that we can spend our time a lot more productive than working with Google Calendars and playing with Google Calendars. So that's where it's coming from. Another thing about the app that's actually great, or that I think is great, is we also blocked all aggressive colors. So the color palette that you can choose from is all neutral colors, and that's where we work with psychologists to say, what is the colors that actually create aggression, conflict. So you won't find the reds and things like that in the color palette when you actually add your minor children. Something that's also great with the shared calendar is you can add your pair or your grandparents. I know in my family, my father and mother was very important going to collect the children at school. in the afternoons, they need to also know what's happening. But it's a shared calendar, and you can actually then also have that third party sharing the information. All of this that I'm talking about will not be able to happen if both parents don't give consent. So both parents will be involved in the child's life, and both parents will know what's happening. If you look at the app, you will see, I think I've skipped a slide here. Okay, managing financial commitments. Let me just go back. There you go. There's parental rights and responsibilities. So the shared calendar, contact and care, we looked after that. The other side of the expenses. Many of our maintenance orders, divorce orders, parenting plans, we write in such a way that there's a specification when it comes to day-to-day maintenance, but then we write, we need to share the medical expenses 50-50 or 60-40 or whatever the case may be. And it's always difficult to share, and that's part of the reason why this app is here. You load the expense on the app. You can set the percentage, whatever parent's supposed to pay. There's a notification that's going to go to the other parent. If the other parent has paid the expense, you will get a notification to say that it's been paid, and there's a record. Many times when we sit with parents and we ask them about, you need to give me a schedule, the maintenance order or the divorce order say you need to share medical expenses 50-50, or there's additional school expenses, you need to share that 60-40. Can you give me a list of what is actually happening? If you're the only parent, it's a lot of admin work to try and keep that together. Yeah. We sometimes work with parents that's got stacks and stacks of information and slips, and then they lose it because they've moved, or there was a fire or a flood, and then they don't have that information anymore. Now it's in the cloud. It's going to be available. So there's a photo of the invoice, and there's proof if the parent has paid it or not. Should you end up in a dispute about the maintenance, we can actually print a history. And our courts will have a history of exactly what was paid and what was not paid. I don't know about you, but I can't remember what happened 5 years ago in June with my son's school fees, or the fact that he lost his cricket bat and we had to buy another one. It's difficult to remember things like that. And now we're going to have a record. Moments. We need to share special moments. At this stage, our minor children is not part of this app. I don't know if you heard that it's all about them, but they're not part of the app. We're working on the next development where we want the minor children to also join on the app because it's about them. But there's conversations here about the expenses. There's things that these children are not supposed to be part of. And we need to find a way, a safe way, to make sure that we mask that very clearly. So no, the children is not part of this app yet. The login and password will go to the parents. But we want children to be able to share special moments. Children are a lot more savvy. I think my 4-year-old grandson knows a lot more about technology than I do. And they will be able to share a special moment. They will be able to say, I have got a rugby test on Friday. If they can put it on the calendar, both parents will know about it. It's all of these moments that parents miss. And sometimes it's intentional that you don't notify the other parent, but sometimes you forget. I love my boys to bits, but I forgot my child at school. It was not intentional. Things like that happen. So I think that was more for me than for anybody else. I've put that in to make sure that it doesn't happen. So that little feature is for me. Unfortunately, I don't have minor children anymore. But yes. The maintenance portal. If you go into the app and you want to list your maintenance obligations, there's a button that you click and you will be taken to the maintenance portal. It's a discussion completely on its own. The long and the short of it is, you need to verify the data. You need to make sure that the data is accurate. So when you list your maintenance obligations, whether it's arrears or current maintenance obligations, we will take you through a process to safeguard you and the credit industry. But it's possible now to do that. So be patient with us. It's not going to happen. You click the button and the next day the information is available on the Bureau's side. But at least we're starting the process. We spoke about the assistance directory. We invite at this stage our professional environment to apply to become part of the assistance directory for families. If you go to the assistance directory at this stage, I am the only resource on there, and you know that it's not possible for me to help our families in South Africa. So apply, and we will take you through the process. This is something that's not going to happen on the app. As a professional, you will have to go to our website and follow the procedures doing that. I think for professionals, the most important part is the professional oversight and the permission that we need in order to assist our families. For me, this is a 24-hour mediator in the background. We do find when we work with high conflict, sometimes not that high conflict, if there's just a WhatsApp group and the parents know that you are in the background, it tends to go, I would like to say easier. The conflict is a little bit less. But we do end up in a situation where you are part of so many WhatsApp groups that it's just not viable and possible to get to everything. We're at a conference last week, and when I got home Saturday evening, I think I got something like 187 WhatsApp messages. And then I wanted to spend time with the people that's with me. I wanted to connect with them. I didn't want to spend time in a WhatsApp group and see what's happening. It's been set in such a way that if it's really urgent, you will get a notification and then you know you need to intervene. Thank you so much. Yes.
This is really great. This is very innovative. But I just have a couple of questions just on, and it's very corrected. So if I say anything, check my numbers. That does not sound correct. Or am I supposed to send it? That
people can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I just have this is great. This is really great. I just have a couple of questions. And again, like I said, my numbers might not necessarily be correct, but I'm just looking at this idea and I'm looking at the demographic or maybe the target market of the app, the people that are supposed to use the app. You've mentioned a couple of things and I just got concerned thinking about, where I come from. And my mother or somebody in my community having to navigate something like this. And I was just thinking to myself, the last I checked, like the average take-home pay, for example, in South Africa is like around 4,000 rands or like 3,000 rands, and that's supposed to support the whole family. And so if this one woman who's raising, say, 5 children has also, and is trying to sort of get the father involved or a couple of fathers, because sometimes it's not one father. So it's trying to get a couple of fathers involved in raising these children. And probably whatever ended the relationship was not so good. And so we're trying to basically bring these people together to communicate via app so that they can, for the children, they can cooperate. I don't know the affordability. I feel I just got nervous thinking about, my community and where I come from and how this is going to be accessible to them. As much as it's such a great idea, I just am concerned about how, when I think about my mom and how she raised me and my brothers alone, I wonder how she would have afforded something like this. As much a great idea as it is, I wonder how it's accessible to people like her. And thinking about that being the biggest demographic in South Africa, I just worry that it might come across as an app that is built for the top 15% or 1%, the people who are able to actually afford it, who actually might even have those relationships with the fathers of children, or maybe are able to sit down and say okay, I found this app, let's work on it together, And then another point that you made was about how the app is going to detect when somebody starts saying something maybe vulgar or, the conversation escalates. So then I started thinking about the 11 languages in South Africa, and I just wondered, I had a question about, is that considered into the building, of the app? Because obviously we have so many South Africans and so many languages within this country, and most of those people are not going to be able to communicate on the app in English, So they're going to need to understand each other without the English language. And so when they trail away from a normal, green conversation, moving on to a red spectrum, is that app going to be able to detect the 11th language, And then training, which is one of the most important things. Like I said, this is I think the biggest demographic that needs this app. Might not necessarily, those are things that need to be considered. But as I was thinking about it, I was like, how would you go about the training process? Because I think that is going to be the most important thing. So a lot of people are able to use something as simple as WhatsApp, because there's not a lot of training that you need for that. You can literally download WhatsApp from App Store, and it's just a texting situation. I literally had to train my mother to use WhatsApp, So there is that demographic. There is people like that who might maybe have access to the app, but actually will need training. What is your team doing to make sure that training is provided for those people, that they will be able, when they access the app, they will be able to actually use it, And then I guess my last question is, there was something about, moments, and then again, the moments and sharing of beautiful moments on the app to make sure that, both parents are kept on the loop about the children and what their activities are, because that's actually it's about the children. And then I just, again, went back. This might sound a little bit stereotypical, but it's coming from the demographic that I come from. A lot of the disputes that leads to separation of parents or not being able to actually work together, I worry or I wonder, how do we get, because there's a level of education even around bringing people together for the sake of the children. So other parents are like, I don't want anything to do with this person, you know? So I'm not gonna share my child's moments with this person. I have nothing, I don't want anything to do. So there's definitely like education that needs to happen before we even get to, I can sit with you and then we can get an app together, because this is not about us, this is about the child. And a lot of people who do get separated don't get to a place, they don't have the education or the understanding that this is not about us, this is about the children. So what education is behind the scenes to facilitate people getting there, you know, because people first have to understand that this is not about us. And that current, a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand it's not about them. They feel like this is my child, maybe the mother or the father is, this is my child, I will raise him by myself. I don't want anything else to do with you. And that's a big group of people. And so like, what education behind the scenes? Yeah, I think those were my concerns and questions, but like I'm very excited about this. I think it's an incredible idea, but those are maybe some of the things to consider, because really the biggest population does need this, but the biggest population doesn't afford it. Yeah.
I've tried to remember everything that you've said, so I'm going to try and answer everything. So stay here. If I miss something, then tell me what did I miss. Okay, the first thing is, the app is in English. And the main reason for that is the feeding language in the courts are English. Okay, so that's why we've done it in English to start off with. I would have liked to launch the app in all 11 languages right from the beginning. I know that we work with a hybrid system at Social Justice. We've got a non-profit. Just bringing it up to here. Okay. We're going to charge parents 50 Rand per parent per year. Okay?
Yeah.
We cannot make it more affordable than that.
Yeah.
Just running the app on a monthly basis
Yeah.
is costing us 25,000 Rand a month.
Yeah.
For 1 million users. I would like to make it more affordable. We work with various NPOs around the country. We're part of the Chikululu, GBVF funding partners. All of these people has been trained in the app. We talk with various forums. You can't hear me?
Yeah.
Oh man. I'm talking to her. I don't talk to you. I need to answer her questions, not your questions. You can hear me. Okay. So yes, we've been working on this project for 16 years. In Gauteng alone, the mediators that we've trained work with about 12,000 families. It's just the starting point.
Yeah.
There's going to be a very big educational drive, and COVID took everything that we do I would say about 10 years forward. So we have to learn very fast. And we need professionals like you guys to help us, to support us. And we need to take hands, and that's the only way that we will get communities and parents to change the way that they work. Did I answer you?
Yes. Yeah.
Everything.
Yes, everything. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if I got your name right. Is it Sinesipho? Yeah. No, I was just thinking about your questions and they are so valid. And I thought, actually, this is just one solution for a certain community. But then what do you have in your hand today for your community and the needs of your community? Because the needs of your community will be different from the needs of my community, from the needs of... So that's why I'm encouraging everyone here have you had today to bring to the table for your community? Okay, so I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and then after that, we're going to take our short 20-minute break, tea break, which I think we all need. So our next speaker is Mr. John Hutchinson. He's going to be talking to us about For the Children's Sake project at Weinberg Courts. And this project, wow, has impacted over 5,000 people. It has reduced loads on the courts and delivered easy, accessible justice for children. It is an absolute honor and privilege to actually welcome you on the stage. Thank you very much for your heart for justice, for true justice, and giving our children voices in the mediation system. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, John.
My name's John, yes. I'm the administrator of an organization called For the Children's Sake. We mediate court-referred disputes. We do it pro bono, and we run the organization without a budget. This is a problem that we need to deal with, and I'll address it a little bit later on in the talk. We're nothing to do with the next mediation and the other initiatives going around within the justice system. It's purely a private initiative. We've been going for about 8 years. Started off informally with a magistrate and a couple of mediators working together and being of assistance. It grew a little bit towards 2019. We had quite a few mediators, but we were still acting informally. And we made an application to a Dutch NGO for a competition, and we got a modest grant, which we used to set up ourselves as an NPA, as a public benefit organization, all the compliances, registration, and certification that we need to run a fully fledged organization, which we've now become. We didn't stop at all during COVID. Just a few weeks the courts closed down, but we continued completely on right through the COVID period, dealing with the referred mediation. So everybody knows that there's a pressing need for justice in the family context.
Yeah.
Judicial services, community services are overwhelmed, overloaded, under-resourced. Matters are postponed time and time again. In the family context, it's really difficult for people to get the attention that they need. So we made a goal, kind of attached to our name, which is to minimize the devastating effect on children of protracted parental conflict. Children are caught in the tug of war. They suffer health and psychiatric issues. They're forgotten in the toxic dialogue that goes on between the parents. They're exposed to this secondary trauma, which means that you suffer trauma watching other people suffering trauma, and they experience this both in the mediation, in the maintenance, in care and contact and parenting plans, and also being subject to domestic violence and harassment. So what we do is we reduce court caseloads, and we reduce the time for people getting attention and, in a sense, justice. Justice, in a sense, would be a care and contact order, parenting plan is something that's made in order of court, or in a domestic violence situation, the withdrawal of an application and a resolution by the parties. So although this is focused really on the children, the only way you can get to the children here in this context is to work through the parents. So that's how we do it. We support 5 magistrates and their courts in Cape Town, and we do ad hoc mediations for other courts, just by a bit of reputation, Simonstown, Athlone, then at Ladysmith, and we do some sexual offences work as well for the 5th floor in Weinberg. Our aim is to replicate what we do in other courts. We want to scale, and there's real challenges to that. But the focus that our organisation and our mission, right at the outset when we actually got that grant, of course you have to upsell what it is you're going to do, and now then you've got to find you've got to deliver on. So the constituents that we serve, everybody from Bishop's Labours to Bishop's Court. As long as it's in the Weinberg constituency, our schedule is in the Weinberg constituency, but as I said, we do ad hoc mediations for other courts. our constituents really can't afford paid for mediation. They don't have the money to do it, and so it's essential that unlike the sort of the failure of the court and next mediation initiatives in the amendment to the Magistrates Court rules, where the parties themselves have to pay for the mediation, that caused that initiative to fail.
Sure.
So if there eventually has to be funding for this, it can't come from the parties.
Yeah.
And there are other avenues which I'll address briefly as we move through this. So we provide solutions for difficult problems that otherwise would not have been solved. They would have had to go on to trial, and they would have been imposed on parties, and probably neither of them would have really liked what they got. So we, apart from the family courts, which deal with maintenance and parent contact orders, when there's neighborhood squabbles, or more so family squabbles, and they don't really apply to the care and contact or the children's court, it gets into the DV and the harassment courts. They're a vehicle that's often abused for the trafficking of particular family problems, getting in there, trying to get attention, but it ends up clogging the courts and make interdicts just inflame the situation. I find that they're very dangerous things out of context. And many times they're used out of context. And some of the courts that I've been to, is in ex parte, the magistrate just issues somebody making a complaint about somebody, there's a warrant of arrest underlying this. Daddy that was coming to fetch the kid to go and have a care of context now flashed with a protection order saying you can't come within 10 meters of the house. And we often end up having DV and family orders done at the same time. And I know that Natalie's going to be speaking to the DV, our DV matter in more at more time. So we've directly, as you said, about 5,000, between 5,000 and 8,000 people over the last more than 8 years as it started to grow up in the beginning. So the reduction in the caseloads in courts has been quite dramatic, because so many of these would have resulted in trials or would have had repeating postponements for the same matter. So by avoiding a trial, you can't quantify the emotional damage that you prevented from people having to take this thing to trial and getting and the lead-ups to the trial. So we see that that the litigation is resolved completely. Let's say at least initially, it's resolved completely. And we get about an 85% success rate on the ones that have been referred to us. In maintenance orders, in maintenance mediations, and in parenting plans, care and contact, those parenting plans are made in order of court basically immediately afterwards. Either we do it on a Saturday, then it's on a Monday or Tuesday, and so in that context, the initial problem is resolved immediately. So we see it as justice that works. So it's an interesting fact working within the judicial context doing mediation, because essentially mediation is voluntary. But here you've got a situation where parties aren't forced to go to mediation, but it's clear to them that the judge, the magistrate will say, look, I can't resolve this, it's too complex, I'm going to send you for mediation pending your next appearance. So there's a sort of a sense of compulsion. We do get a fair amount of no-shows. Not that the people have resolved it, but they're so jaundiced and exhausted by the judicial process, but they think they've got to come on a Saturday morning to try and think that they can resolve this, then they just don't pitch up. But that kind of helps us here, because when people do come here, there's an element of gravitas to the situation. We do it in the courts, we do it in various rooms in the magistrate's court. So there's a gravitas about us acting sort of in the stead of court. We talk to the parties about saying, look, although I'm not an officer of the court in this context, I'm acting in the stead of the court here because the Children's Act empowers this kind of situation. It says if there's a disagreement on a parenting plan or a care and contact, the media shall be mattered by a suitably qualified person. There's forms, there's Form 8 and Form 10, where the parties apply for that mediator, that parenting plan or agreement to be made in order of court, and then the mediator signs a document saying, I mediated it, I'm suitably qualified, and then it's a rubber stamp by the magistrate on that particular agreement. Remember, this is an agreement. If we don't get an agreement, It doesn't happen. The whole process just goes back to where it was. So it's helpful working in the judicial system, but what we do is we bring a neutralizing out of the judicial system context to it. So the parties that we meet, they see that the judicial forces they feel it's an arrayed against them. And any belief in a positive outcome comes when we come to us is difficult to get to beyond the people to say that we're non-judgmental.
Yeah.
This is about you. This is here, and I'm here to listen to you, and I want to hear your story, and I want to facilitate you, as David was talking about earlier. It's really a facilitated dialogue, a facilitated negotiation that we get between the parties. So an external agency coming in to do this really brings a different relieving presence to those parties' current dispute. And even in the very short time available to us to take somebody's matter, we at least begin with that straight away. We almost, in a sense, give the parties a lifeline to take back the control in an environment that they previously felt completely out of control in. That this is a matter to be decided by the courts. They're intimidated. They don't know what decision is going to be given against them or in their favor. And so we give them back their control. Some of again, in the context, the vast majority of our people live in extended family environments. So when there's a problem, there's a negative multiplier. Outwardly bound, everybody gets involved in it, and it's a problem. So, but when there's an outcome, there's a positive ripple effect. The same sort of thing as previous speakers have talked about, a resolution having a positive ripple effect. So we have a really short time to apply a restorative initiative, because it's essentially this old mantra, restorative justice. It's exactly what it is. We're trying to restore something in the context that the people themselves can find that they've participated in what they then see is a just solution. So, some of the problems that we come up and we brought up there before in the dialogue situation, each of our mediators has their own individual style. The problem with us is that our mediator group is grown, and it's a sense of professionals in their own context. Legal people, social workers, mental health workers. So they all have their own pre-ways of doing it, their own, and you just have to let it happen that way. And so some of the issues that will come up that we need to solve, this is a particular one that I find is a constant factor, is when you get these stressed people coming in to have a dialogue with each other, and you get somebody wanting to talk about their story, it doesn't take half a minute before the other party pops up, she's lying. It's the most common factor that happens in our mediation, that the other party's lying. And as soon as the other person, that the one party feels the other one's lying, there's no chance of a dialogue, because anything that comes that way is non-truth.
Yeah.
And I'm not here, I'm here to try and work out the truth. And I'm telling the truth, but that person's lying. So the challenge is to get, in a quick period of time, to get the parties to see the other party's point of view. Not that you have to agree with that point of view, but you need to see it. So I say, for example, and I go and I say, I know that, in fact, people briefed them before. What are you going to get up and say the other party's lying? So let me anticipate that now. That you two have come away from one particular event or a series of events, and you've internalized it according to your socialization, your religiosity, your upbringing, the trauma, the pain and suffering, your relationships. That's how you've internalized it. And so have you. So what you're doing and what you just told me, that's your story. Yes, that's my story. That's how it is. I see it. It's a positive reality. Yes, it's my positive reality, my personal reality. Same with you. Yes. But you see, you both got a personal reality that's different to the other party. If the person, I like to call it, it's your personal fiction. So none of those realities really the reality. It's the story they tell themselves. So how do you get two people who have told themselves different stories to now start to see that the other person's not lying and that you need to get into their headspace? There's no point trying to solve the problem out of your head. You've got to get into where the other party goes. Like as a legal representative, you need to know the other party's case better than your own. So in this case, you need to understand the other party where they're coming from. So you've got a short time to do that. So in the same sort of context that I'm talking to you now, that's one of the things that's really critical that came up in the dialogue discussion. People think that the parenting plan is for the convenience of the parents, but it's not. And you have to explain to people, this is not about you, this is about your children. And sometimes I ask people if they've come for a second to bring a photograph of the kids and prop it up there on the book like that. So that's who you're talking about now. That's the little girl that needs another 100 Rand a month in the maintenance order. That's what you've got to look at. And check the focus again all the time with the personalities, and of course in the same old mediator mantra, take the focus off the personalities and put it on the problem. Now, what is the problem we're talking about here? The problem actually in this context is he wants the child to go to this school and I want my child to go to that school. He wants the child to play rugby, I want the child to play soccer. Okay, that's a lighter one, but that's so you're straight into it, and they're caught up in the personality challenge to bring it back there. So remember, it's not about you. So some of the numbers, in DV and harassment, we do 2 to 3 sessions a week. Do those generally on a Wednesday with other ad hoc ones. Some of our DV and harassment sessions will have multiple parties. We've been up to 7 different parties interacting in a matrix of applications and respondents in 7 different files, almost a community mediation. That's just going on and on and on. And the community could be neighbors or could be in the family. Again, remember the focus here is on the children. Children are always suffering in this context. Many of them take the blame on themselves and then suffer this whole anxiety process, and really they do it. So we do about, say, 10 to 12 DV mediations per week. Family mediations, which is maintenance and parenting plans, care of contact. We do about 6 a week. On Saturdays, 3 different mediators doing 2 sessions each on a Saturday. And then there'll be a combination, mostly parenting plans, but a good portion of maintenance as well. And again, this is about 30 to 35 issues that many of which would have gone to trial. So we're kind of assisting the government in its mandate, relieving the court roles, and giving the parties at least some takeaway, the start of success. So we face 2 issues. Most issues is running our organization, because it's a moment it's on a no budget, and you're looking at the organization now, apart from our mediators. In scaling it, we need administration. I run a diary with the magistrates' diaries. Individually, they send me photographs of the diary. I've got a roster for the magistrates. I get a note saying whether this is a particular mediation, it's being a long one, it's a difficult one. They've got a child, the children are coming to this one. I'll bring in a child specialist to come and do it. And I'll try and schedule a particular mediator to a particular function. Generally speaking, that's quite difficult because, again, mediators come and go. We provide a very useful platform for people to come and get exposure to mediation. We have co-mediation facilities. People can come and co-mediate with us and then become accredited. And the reason why we started here was to actually not just stay with Weinberg and the ad hoc mediations and other courts, is to really expand what we do to other magistrates' courts. So I spend a huge amount of money trying to raise funds, mostly or almost exclusively unsuccessfully. There's 2 inhibitations to that. The biggest one is, what is your long-term impact? Quantitatively, what's your impact? Measurable, determinable impact results. The short-term impact, they went away with an order of court. They went away with the parenting plan. They withdrew the application for an interim protection order. That's the short-term solution. So that's quite clear to do. We keep a log of that. We understand, well, how many were our successful mediations? But what's the long-term then? So a short-term one, well, after they've got the document, well, people generally tend to cooperate with an agreement that they've been part of, or co-created. Then they don't sabotage it. If it's imposed upon them, the person that's disadvantaged or feels that they've been disadvantaged tends to try and sabotage that. So the longer-term quantitative impact is much more difficult to deal with. And we wanted to have that in our program from the outset, but we just don't have the funds and the resources to do that. However, this will happen to us. It's taken a long time, but we'll grow. We'll eventually get there, and get the out of the sort of relatively superficial impact that we have at the moment, which you can have a student doing an undergrad or a postgrad degree, doing research into it. Unfortunately, they're more focused on their own paper than actually the results that we need to get that allow us to determine what's our successful, what do we need to change, and what are the implications of the results that we get. So we need the true, industry standard of measurement and evaluation. M&E is a big kind of a catchphrase over there. Requires research, reaching out, and quantitative analysis with really feedback that fits with the industrial environment. It needs a permanent presence, and it's expensive. People have to understand statistical methods. You really need to know when you're doing this kind of analysis how you present your findings, and are you asking the right questions, and what framework and format are you doing to find out where did you go right and where did you go wrong. And that requires specialized requirements and presentation of information, and also how to present the remedial action to us. Now that question is, how long does the restorative nature of your intervention last? And what's the quantitative factor of that? The sustainability. Okay, we'll give you a donation, we'll support you for a year, but we don't want to see you relying on us year after year for your ability to continue. So you need to have sustainability. Our long-term sustainability was to bring some commercial relationship into our organization, where we would have a presence where people would, outside of the court preferred process, come to us as a service provider. That would be the long-term situation once you get more stable, to try and get and that's what I describe when I'm doing a funding or a presentation. That's our sustainable model. That's what we're going to do, but we just haven't got there yet. We've done it on a zero budget. Training and ongoing skills development is important to us, because we've got to get out of the professional base that we have at the moment. We've got to bring in community-based mediators. We've got to go to the smaller towns. Caledon, Rafie-Soleil, Credo, Ladysmith. We've got to go to those towns and train community members, social workers, teachers, retired people, members of the church, train them to go and do what we do, because although it's mediation, it's a different skill set. You've got a short period of time to facilitate the dialogue and get you people to have a start, and then provide some ability, like we've had this co-parenting tool is a good one, some tools for people to develop co-parenting skills in that communication. So the funding initiatives for donors, trusts, corporate, international NGOs, there's a lot of competition. I sometimes get to the last 10 with SAB or Nedbank or one of those corporate environments, and I go to a webinar and they announce the winners, and I think, oh, those really good, needy NGOs in our country that have got a much bigger profile, AIDS and all those HIV and other factors that come in. So it's a very competitive funding field. And we kind of right below the horizon. We're just a private initiative making a big difference in a small pond. We've got to change that.
Yes.
There's a question online, how do they get hold of you?
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the organization is for the children's sake, but FTCX, that's the action, for the children's sake.co.za. My contact details are there, and anybody, you're very welcome to talk to me about anything that we do here, or any participation that you'd like to undertake in scaling it, moving somewhere else, taking what I've talked to you, and sowing the seeds, what I've been doing here today. All right, thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Hutchinson. We still have a lot of work to do. Sure. May you receive the funding that you need for this incredible work. May the floodgates of heaven open so that you can do this work, this important work that you are doing. May you also raise more and more mediators that carry this path for justice, that care about the children's voices in the justice system. May you raise more and more in Cape Town, the Western Cape, and around South Africa. We need more and more. On that note, we are going to take a break and we'll be back at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you to our online viewers for joining us today, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Sorry, there's coffee at the back, but you unfortunately have to keep your cup if you want to use it again, because we have limited cups. There's only 10 spoons, so please don't lick them.
Yes.
So, while if you got just busy there, I'm just going to start off by saying thank you. When Derek was speaking, he was showing pictures of bridges and gaps, which we didn't speak to each other, falls very much into what is on my presentation, closing the gaps. So that is my mediation practice's name, standing in the gap, because we're standing in the gap for the kids. And yeah. So just a brief introduction of myself. I am a mom who has been involved in the maintenance system since 2017. I was very fortunate to meet Advocate Dion Reuters on a Saturday night on my computer when I was on holiday, when he was answering my emails, and I was like, why is this man answering emails while he's supposed to be on holiday? So eventually I sent him an email and I said, I wanted to meet you. And he said, Ms. Struble, I'm very busy. I don't have time for you. So I thought, okay, send me what you want on email and I will answer you. And I thought, but I don't want you to email me. I want to speak to you. Eventually, we did meet, long story short. Very few people. We were about, I think, 10 ladies in a small little boardroom in Stellenbosch, where he came. We were supposed to talk have a workshop from the morning till lunch. We went out, left there at about 4 o'clock, and we were still hanging on his lips. We couldn't stop. Okay, we just wanted to draw from this man. So I know his boss left now. I actually wanted her to hear what I have to say. Because she doesn't like him working all these hours and helping. So if I'm speaking out of line, I forgot Reuters. Sorry, okay, but this is me. I don't do things by the book. I really believe that what is going on here is part of a bigger picture. Yeah. So as much as she might want to try and stop this is not in her hands. I honestly believe in my heart this is a God plan, this is going somewhere. So all the little bits and pieces are falling together, and you can do what you want. When God opens the door, you're not going to close it. Okay? Yeah. So anyway, these are my two monsters. They are much bigger than that now. And this is me. I'm a mediator now. Sorry, Laurie. I took Laurie on one day and I said, I'll never mediate. And yeah, there I am now. So never say never. Anyway, so I've just broken my presentation, which is very different from all the other speakers' presentation, into a very hands-on practical session. Because there's a lot of time things when the moms approaches the court that nobody really tells them. And it's those small little things that help you to be successful, I believe, because you're empowering yourself. So I've divided it into before court, when you're at court, and then when you're back home. So basically, it's not a long written presentation, as you can see, because I really want to just explain or speak about this. Maintenance is very much, as much as it is a legal battle, it's very much a mind game. So when you as a mom approach the maintenance court, there are certain things that you need to know from scratch, and you need to accept them or not be in this area, right? So it's a mind game in terms of you playing in the field of people who are legally trained and who are experts, magistrates, all kind of people in the legal field. You need to stand up and have a belief in your own heart of what you are doing, why you are there. Support, that's what I wrote there. We have an awesome WhatsApp group support group. It's not really a support group. It was started by Mr. Eugene Opperman after they just had one community outreach, and then they started this group, and I shared the link with other people And they were, why is there so many people from other provinces on this group? And I said, sure, I don't know. But anyway, I just thought, we need to share this. So that's why I say support is very important.
Yeah.
You need to surround yourself with people who are there to lift up your hands and your arms when you can't.
Yeah.
Because you are going to get tired in this game.
Yeah.
It is not for the faint-hearted, but I want to tell every single woman and maybe the men who are fighting for maintenance.
Yeah.
You are in this field for a reason. You can do it, right? I know it's difficult. We all know it's difficult.
Yeah.
But there is something bigger out there which you need to do. I don't know what your job is. Why are you there? But you are not just there for wasting time. So always know there's a bigger picture. So where do you get the info? There's lots of very, very good sources. Justice page is a good source. Mr. Opperman's page is a good source. Felicity's Facebook page is a good source. So you need to know where to get your info. There's a lot of info out there. Some of them is crappy, but the ones I've mentioned is definitely good. If you are not good with paperwork, you're going to have to get good with paperwork, right? Because the facts are in the paper. Your slips, your bank statements, your everything. You need to get really organized. Tracking your expenses. I always say I don't know if you want to hide, but I've got nothing to hide. So I put everything through my bank. Every single, I don't do it with cash. I do it with my bank so that it is there. In case anything happens, I can go and track it down. So nobody can argue with my bank statements. It's all there. I did say organized and then legislation. So there's a very nice, I think it is somewhere here, it's coming up. There's a very nice website where you can get all the latest updated acts, legislation and regulations for free. And yeah, by the way, you're going to do a mini course in law as well. So you sign up for that. So you need to know what your goal is and you need to write it down. Because in those times that you're going to get tired and very hurtful and fearful and depressed, you need to know, why am I here? And remind yourself consistently of what it is that you are going to do in this field of maintenance. You are there because you are trying to get something which is your child's right. So there's nothing else. Like I think Derek said it and some of the other people say, it's not a personal thing. There's a minor child who's dependent on you and you need to be strong. You need to make time for yourself. You cannot pour from an empty cup. When you are tired and you feel like I really just want to give up, that is time when you need to step back, fill your cup, surround yourself with people who say, you can do this. You are tired today, but you're going to have a good sleep, have a bit of wine, and tomorrow you'll feel better. Listen more to the voices that wants to get you to the goal than the ones that say, you know what, I can't do this. You can do it. You just need to surround yourself with the right people who wants to see you successful in where you're going. You need to reach out to other people, and something I've learned long ago is each one teach one. So what I've learned, I'm going to empower somebody else. And that is maybe grounded in the sowing and reaping principle, where what I do for you, I will benefit back. So I believe in that. And the more I empower somebody else, the more it comes back to me. So it's just a snowball effect. And if everyone, say we are 20 in this room, just empower one woman.
Yes.
That one woman is going to empower just one else. And yeah, my maths are not that good, so as you can see. Right, so I said, before you go to a court, you need to get your file. Unfortunately, I forgot my file because I wanted to show you. I know there's people that's got boxes and boxes of files, but If you have a proper file, promise you the maintenance officer and the prosecutor is going to love you because they are not organized. I don't know if you've been in Mr. Ratis' office, but it's like, whoop, oorlog. Okay? So you need to get your stationery. There's certain things you're going to need. You need a stapler, you need a hole punch, and you need a pen and a marker. That's your tools, right? A soldier doesn't go to battle without his gun. You need to learn to count. When you have your application, you're going to always mark it in the right-hand corner, 1 of how many pages you've got. 1 of 20, 2 of 20, 3 of 20, because you're going to staple that back and hand it in. When the maintenance officer dismantles the file and it gets lost, they don't know which page is supposed to go where. On the front, you will write total pages, 20. Sure. Then you know this pack has got 20 pages. So if there's something missing, you can immediately identify it. Because if you go look at his office, all the maintenance officers, the sewer, it looks like Genesis in there. So how will they find your file? You need to remember to make it as easy as possible for them, not for you. They are dealing with thousands of mothers and thousands of pages and people and files. So whatever you want, the way you want to find it, give it to them that way so that they can see, oh, go through this, it's easy, I can find it, identify it. It just makes it better and easier for them. The easier it is for them, I'm not saying you're going to get your maintenance the next day, but the easier it will be for you. Again, sewing and reaping. So I did say about that. Get to know the ladies in your court area. Invite them on the group and support each other. Because if there's 10 ladies who's got the same complaint, they can all approach the court manager or the maintenance officer, and you never know what happened. So make sure that you speak to them there and surround yourself like that. So I did mention Justice's website. I'm sure we all know it off by heart. Do your homework before you even go to the court. Make sure where to get the forms. You can download it from Justice's website. You don't even have to enter any maintenance office before you actually take your application there. There's no getting a form, wasting time, paying taxi money, having to go back just to not get anything. Make sure that you know where to get the info. You need to become, like I said, your own private investigator and law student. When you speak to others, you're going to find out what works, what doesn't work, how to speed it up. We have a lot of people in our WhatsApp group on various forums, whether it's mediation, whether it's with a maintenance officer, the regional head. So you never know your luck in a big city. You might just find something that you need there. And you need to manage your case like you are your own attorney. Not even if you have an attorney, will they manage your case or take it as seriously as you will do yourself? So I'm not saying you need to go learn the Maintenance Act and know every single thing that's there, but empower yourself. You cannot expect of the maintenance officer to educate you on everything. Ask questions, get to know what is going on. You are going to sit in that area most probably for the next year, 2 years, if not longer. So empower yourself and get to know the field. Your Bibles. Besides the real Bible, those are your other 2 Bibles. Sorry. Okay, I don't know if they still use the DOJ family code. Oh, okay. Apparently they are using it. If you don't have it, you can get it from our WhatsApp group. It's very important because that is if I can call it the SOP, that tells the maintenance officer how they're supposed to handle you the moment you get in the door, that they have to write with a black pen. How are they supposed to manage this case going forward. So if you know how they're supposed to manage it, then you can help them and you can ask them. So I understand if they say, we can't help you because you don't have an ID. But the DOJ code says, irrespective of whether I have an ID or a birth certificate or whatever, you can still help me. You know that they're supposed to open a file for you immediately. Yes, I understand there's logistical challenges, but it doesn't mean they have to go back and come back again because they can't open a file. Take a brown folder, they write your details, and they can do it later on if the computer system is off. So if you know the rules that they are supposed to follow, you can play by the rules and you can question them. Black pen, how's the return of service supposed to work? Oh, I don't know if the responder is going to pitch up. No, you're supposed to know 7 days before the time you must have that return of service in my file. So how can you not know, Mrs. Maintenance Officer? So make sure that you know your other Bible. Then obviously the Maintenance Act, again, you don't have to become an expert, but if you take a section and you read it before you sleep, I promise you, not long, you're going to at least be able to navigate your way a little bit around. So now you're at the maintenance office. My wheel is a little bit car, just sometimes like my head. So we're going to start at the bottom. When you get into the maintenance or the court building, there should always be a board somewhere in the passage that's got all the relevant people listed. Regional head, the court manager, the area court manager, and so forth. So those are the people that are really important for you to know. You need to have like a notebook or your phone, somewhere where you can take notes. There's certain people, and these people specifically are the key individuals for you to know. How do you contact them? What's their email addresses? What are their names? Then the maintenance clerk would be your first point of entry or the first point of contact, together with the maintenance officer. I didn't put the investigator in there. I forgot. And then the prosecutor and the senior prosecutor. So remember, if you get to a very small maintenance office and there's no maintenance officer, the prosecutor is deemed a maintenance officer. So there's no such thing as anybody telling you we don't have a maintenance officer. If you have a court and you have a prosecutor, there is a maintenance officer. So if you don't read the Maintenance Act, you're not going to know that. So never again will anybody be able to say, oh, sorry, we don't do maintenance here, you must go to whichever other court. No. There's a prosecutor here, then the prosecutor is supposed to help me. Right, and that's the full circle, more or less, of the people that we should know. So I said, yeah, you need to know what your grade 1 teacher told you when you were writing stories. Let's write a story about your first day in school. What happened? Who did it happen with? Why? How? That's how you need to navigate yourself in a maintenance office, right? You need to ask. If you don't ask, you're not going to know. Always 2 copies of your application. If you cannot afford to make 2 copies, at least make 1 proper copy and ask the maintenance clerk very politely if they would mind making you a 2nd copy. Remember, you've filed it exactly like I've explained, you've numbered it, and you want to have 2 copies because they need to stamp it. The moment the maintenance officer stamped your copy, it means they acknowledge receipt of the document. So that stamped copy that you have received, you're going to take it home when we get back home. You're going to scan it if possible, and you're going to email it to yourself and to the maintenance officer and the maintenance clerk. Because maybe one day, please not, they lose your file. Then you have a copy of your file, always, right? So I've said scan and mail it. You always need to CC yourself when you send an email to them because you want to go look for that email later on. So you send it to Mr. Dion Reiters and then you copy yourself in that email that you've sent to him so that you can find it again. Attitudes is almost everything. I've learned the very hard way that being arrogant does not help in the court. Yes, we are emotional, we are human beings, we do get emotional, but there's still another person on the other side who is overworked, who does have little resources, and 20,000 other moms whose applications they need to handle. But it doesn't mean that you have to be trampled on or trampled on. You need to be firm. You need to know what it is you want. And especially when you complain, you need to be very specific. I see a lot of us complain in general. That maintenance officer never does that. I doubt whether they never do it because it's just not possible. Explain exactly what, how, who. Don't get personal, focus on the facts and be firm. Don't take no for an answer. Never. If you are not happy with something, you do not have to accept the proposal or the suggestion that the maintenance officer made if you know there's something better. Or even the magistrate, once they've made an order and you are not happy with it, based on you knowing the facts is different, you have the right to take them up to the High Court and to appeal or ask for a review. That's your right. So you don't always have to say yes, but you need to make sure of your facts. So the 1 to 6 is really things that you know, to be courteous and always firm. Something I've learned that helps a lot with people like to talk about themselves. So you need to treat the maintenance officer, they're not stupid, but treat them in the way of, I need you to educate me on what you are doing here. I need you to please explain to me. I don't understand. And most of the time it will probably be because you really don't understand. So ask them, can you please help me? The other day, I've got a very long history at the Somerset West Maintenance Court, and I've bumped heads with a lot of them there, but I've also think that I've kind of grown where we have come to know each other a little bit better. And I sent the maintenance officer an email, and I said to her, and this really came from my heart. I said to her, I don't think you understand the incredible, important role that you play in so many people's lives. You have the power to change things. And I know that we've both made mistakes. They definitely stuffed up, and I definitely were very angry. So both of us have made a lot of mistakes. But we can do, every day, we get the opportunity to do things better than what we did it yesterday. So I need you to help me, for my children, to achieve what we want here. And I think 2 days later, I had to go to the court to follow up, and we met while she was standing outside. And we had a very nice conversation, and I could see in the attitude there was something that changed. So as much as we have the same struggles going through, sometimes we just need to remember, there is a person on the other side who also have challenges in her own life. And just be real and authentic, because people eventually will see that. So I've said already, check on the group. When the maintenance officer says to you something and you're not sure about it, don't leave court. Go sit in your car, read, scream and cry quickly. Go on the WhatsApp group, ask this, because I'm sure somebody's going to answer you and you're going to run back and you're going to clarify. So don't just rush home. Right, I've said already that you don't have to agree to what the maintenance officer said when it's a Section 6. So if you are not happy, please do not sign that consent order, because that means you agree to it. If you're not happy with the Section 6, the maintenance officer has to refer it to the magistrate, most probably for a formal inquiry. Don't just sign, please. and read what they give to you to sign. Court hours. Apparently, maintenance courts only function certain hours. That's complete rubbish. Maintenance courts are subject to the same hours that any other court is. That I think it's from 8 to 3:30 or 4 o'clock, something like that, or 4 o'clock, with their lunch break. Thank you. With their lunch break and their tea breaks. There's no maintenance on a Monday only, or a Friday, no maintenance. No. If somebody says that to you and you can only be there at that time, you go to the court manager and you very nicely say, but this is really the only time that I have available to come. Could you please assist me? Court officials are working specific hours. I understand that they allocate themselves so that they have other things to do because they don't only have to get your paper in, they need to look at cases and so forth. But don't just take it for granted that they say, sorry, we closed, okay, now I'm going to have to come back. No. Ensure that proper records are kept. Every single time there's an interaction between you and the maintenance officer, they have to make sure that they have written that in your file. And you can ask for a copy of that. Because tomorrow, your file gets lost, or there's a disagreement, and then nobody knows who said what. It needs to be written in your file. I was at Kuils River Court the other day, very fortunate to meet the court manager there, an awesome guy. And he said to the prosecutor, where's the file? The prosecutor said, I've written it down there, and the file went back to where it's supposed to be. So records are kept there. So you need to also be aware, because it's part of the Maintenance Act, proper records must be kept. Right. So now we are back home. Like I've already explained, if you have the privilege or of scanning the document, scan your document and email it to yourself, even if you don't email it to the maintenance officer. They might not acknowledge that they've received it, but at least you have sent it and it is there. You can retrieve it again. Set up a reminder on your calendar that you can automatically follow up whatever the next step is after 7 days until you are satisfied. Because there's no use in submitting it and then you say, but I've waited for months and months and they never called me back. They've got thousands of people that they have to deal with. If the case is important to you, make a point of following it up. It's not somebody else's job, it's your job. Then, very important, return of service. As I've explained already, that in the DOJ Family Code, it states that the maintenance officer should have your return of service that was served on the respondent 7 days in advance in your file. If you don't know about it, you're going to pitch up a court and they're going to say, well, we don't know. Or, oh no, it wasn't served on him, we haven't returned it, we haven't received it back. If they follow up 7 days in advance, which again they're going to forget, but you're going to remember and follow it up, then they will know by 3 days before the time he didn't receive it. She can pick up the phone and phone him and say, Mister, you have to be at court, are you going to be here? So he was served. Again, she phoned him, she must write it in the file, I've spoken to the mister, you know, she know, we're all in the clear. Your appearance date, remember, if he was served properly and he doesn't appear, you can ask for an interim order if there is no order, or a default order. So make sure that you know what does the DOJ code say, so that you are empowered and you can check with the maintenance officer. Then the DOJ has got I don't know what you call it, a policy or something, the knock, where cases should be finalized within 90 days. We all know it doesn't happen, but we can put pressure on them to make sure we keep that lead time as short as possible. So you need to know about it. Then what I did, and I put a picture there of what my email signature looks like, is I've automatically typed it out there. Kindly acknowledge receipt of this email in case you forget. Because I want to know that you have received my email. Most of the times they won't. But then I ask them, I send an email again and I say, would you kindly just acknowledge receipt of email? Because it's very important. Right. File and organize your file, your application. So put gaatjies in, and in your lever arch that's growing by the day, index your documents. This is something the prosecutors really, really like, right? I did unfortunately not make a copy of a picture of mine, but I will show you one eventually. They like it when it's organized. As you're going to file your documents, obviously your file is going to grow. So say today you submitted, number 1 will be J101, and it's from page 1 to 10. The second time you're going to put in your bank statements would be number 2, bank statements. Eventually when they have to look through your file, it's very complete and easy for them. Then it won't look like Mr. Reiters' office. Okay?
I didn't say it.
Sorry. Okay. You need to know about if the employer, if the respondent resigns from his work and there's a garnish order, the onus is on the employer to let the court know that he's no longer employed, not him. So if you don't know about that, then you can't take the employer on. Know when you can get a default order, and that will only be in the Act if you read it. Ask questions, ask. Always ask for something in writing. They might not give it to you, or they might give it to you with an attitude, but so be it, they have to deal with that. Ask for a copy, and then read until you're blue in the face. And that's it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you so much, Natasha, for your valuable tips and tools. Yeah, that was really amazing. Thank you very much. But I also want to take a moment just to acknowledge that I understand in South Africa there are certain communities that will not be able to implement these tools. There's still a huge gap, ladies and gentlemen. There's still a huge gap. So again, I'm going to ask, in your own communities, how can you educate and empower those mothers? Because there's a huge gap. I don't want to go through the different gaps and what the other mothers in other communities do not have. I think we all know. But how do we build their capacity to have their chance in the justice system? How do we educate them and how do we empower them? Our next two speakers, I believe you work so well together serving the community of Wynberg in the southern suburbs. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing in those communities. So I'd like to call Ms. Nobanda Kozani and Mr. Lucien Arense to share more on the experience in the civil attachment process. Thank you very much for coming here today to empower and educate us. A warm hand of applause, please, for our speakers.
Good morning, afternoon, everyone. I'm Mr. Lucien Arense. I'm one of the maintenance officers at Wynberg. I don't have a presentation, but I believe that you guys have received this outside. All right, I'm gonna go through it with you because my advocate Reiters is awesome. So you knew I wasn't gonna prepare anything, so you put everything out there. Thank you. So. First of all, we're going to discuss civil attachments, okay? Normally, civil attachments are found under Section 26 of the Maintenance Act. If you turn to your page 5 in your bundle that you received, you'll find under chapter 5 of the Maintenance Act, you'll find Section 26 there as well. It says enforcement of maintenance or other orders. All right. Why would we be enforcing a maintenance order? It's because a maintenance order has been made and your respondent is not complying with such maintenance order. Could be on the consent order, could be on the default order. I think that's all. No, it could be any other orders. Why isn't he complying? Why is he not complying? This is what the section that we will be looking at in order to enforce such a maintenance order. If you go look under Section 26 on page 5, you will find under Section 26, subsection 1, paragraph B, item 1, 2, and 3. I want you to look under Section 26 and the bracket in 1, and there's another bracket in 1 underneath that. It says, by execution against property as contemplated in Section 27, by the attachment of emoluments as contemplated in Section 28, and by the attachment of debt as contemplated in Section 30. My colleague is going to take you through Section 27 and touch on Section 30. I will take you through Section 28 and touch on Section 30 as well. All right? So I've been asked to explain the garnishing orders first. The garnishing order is an attachment of emoluments. All right? So your respondent has an income that he's receiving every month, but he's not paying child maintenance. He's not paying according to the order. The order says 2,000 rand per month. Why is he not paying 2,000 rand per month? Because he's spending it on something else like a brand new car that he's busy financing. So what happens is that we then take an application from you as an applicant. You apply for a maintenance order. You want to attach a portion of his salary. A portion of his salary being 2,000 rand in order to satisfy your maintenance order. How do you go about that? If you turn to page 3 of your bundle, you will find the application there saying application for enforcement of a maintenance order. So I brought one as well from my office, but I'll take you through the book one as well. In the top right-hand corner, it says your reference number. What is your court reference number? Your brown file that the court has created there at court, whether you come with an ID or not, as the previous presenter presented, your reference number would be written on your brown file. All right? I don't want to say that, yes, we do accept applications without an ID. However, on the next appearance, if your ID is not there, it's gone. Do you understand? Bring your ID, please. I'm being very strict. Like you want to be all firm and things, we're also going to be firm with you. We will accept your application without an ID. The next time you come, bring your ID, please. Or the child's birth certificates for that matter. All right, because that is the requirements that we have to fill. Otherwise, it's an audit query. Your reference number, you don't really have to concern yourself with. The clerks need to know that. That's fine. So be on their case for that one. However, whenever an order is made, you get a copy of it. Your consent order or whatever order, you want a copy of your order. When the order is made, I want a copy. Get a copy, you take it home, that's your copy. Make as much copies as you want to. Every time you come back to court, bring that order with. Your reference number will be on that order, then you know your reference number. If you don't know your reference number, the clerks have to sort it out. Then the next line says, person in whose favor the maintenance order was made. That's your name. Person against whom the maintenance order was made, that's his name. To the maintenance officer of the maintenance court, that's the court you're going to. I work in Wynberg, so you'll write Wynberg there. Then your name, then your ID number is after that as well. Then if you look on the page, it says A, B, and C under number 1. All right? For the authorization to issue a warrant of execution, for the attachment of emoluments, or for the attachment of debt. That's your 3 relief forms once they are not complying with the maintenance order. Now, for the garnishing, which I'm going to emphasize now, you need to circle B on your application for the attachment of emoluments. After that, you look at number 2. The following information is important for my purposes of the application. Sometimes the ladies leave the side out and then we are struggling. Why do I say so? The application needs to be filled in correctly. If you just read at the bottom of those 2 open lines there, it says there under paragraph 2, it says submit information relating to property and or debts of the person against whom the maintenance order was made, or his or her employer and income. If you're applying for a garnishee, all you have to do is saying that he is permanently employed. He's getting a job. If you want to be your PI or investigator, or you want to do something more just to go the extra mile, where is he working? You know, who's the company he's working for? If you can write that down there, it will be awesome. But I'm giving you another tip. The following is important for my purposes of the application. I want you to put your bank details on there as well. Why? Maybe you missed your court date. All right? Your court date is the 20th of November, which is past now, and you're not here, but your respondent is here. I, as a maintenance officer, can make that garnishee order even if you're not here. Why do I say so? Because this application can be done without you if necessary requirements are complied with and your bank details are there. I can send it to his employer with your bank details already so that the garnishee can be paid directly into your bank account without you even being there. Then I find you'll come back 3 weeks after that. What happened? I missed my court date. Oh, no, then you got your garnishee. I go home and you're done. You see, because your money is going to come into your account anyway the next month. So that's the information that needs to come in there. I'm going to touch on the attachment of debt as well now. That being number C for the attachment of debt. You have to circle that one if you want to attach debt. What's the attachment of debt that we're referring to? So this is now if your garnishee is not working, your guy is self-employed, for instance, or he's now he's retired, he ran away from his job because you wanted a garnishee order on his salary. He's going to be getting a pension. He's got a retirement annuity. Under number 2, I want you to write that information. What's the name of his retirement annuity? Where's that money going to come from? Or does he have 100,000 in his bank account? What's his ABSA bank account details? Or you just say he has an ABSA bank account. There's 100,000 in the account that we need to attach. What else am I looking for? GEPF, the Government Employees Pension Fund. If you have a personal number of the person, you put that in there. That would help us to enforce the application in your absence, because you're not here for these type of things, or you miss your date, or it's an ex parte application where no parties are before court. Your application speaks for you. Therefore, your application needs to be 100%. Okay, the clerks are going to assist you. If once you filled in with the clerks, ask the clerk, I want to speak to the maintenance officer just to see if my application is correct before you leave. Then we check it's correct. Cool. We'll inform you of the next court date. Then number 3, the whereabouts of the person against whom the maintenance order was made are as follows. Where's this person staying? We need to notify this person of this application that you're bringing toward him. You need to have an address of where he is so we can notify him. Or if we're sending it to his employer, what's the employer's address? So we can send it to the employer as well. So at least we can find a way to contact him about something that is happening. In the law, we try to be as fair as possible, as just as possible. It doesn't always happen like that. But the Act protects those whom the application was brought against. Why do I say so? And you'll feel that it's unfair. It's that you can't come and lie to the court. You can't come and say, this guy is in arrears. He's 50,000 Rand in arrears. Yet that guy's been paying monthly all the time. That, the whereabouts of the person, we need to notify him of what is happening so he can bring a defense. Granted, his defense is weak. Then we stick on that and we'll put the garnishing in place anyway, or the attachment of debt in place anyway. If his defense is strong, then you'll be having a hard case. Okay, but it must be a reasonable defense. Okay, and you must be understanding, you must be flexible. If it is not his fault that the garnishee didn't get off, he didn't get paid, the company didn't make money for that month, and you brought an application for a garnishee, yes, in your absence, in his absence, I could have probably granted it. But he's needs to be notified. And you can tell the court, listen here, the company didn't make any money. I didn't get paid. Bank statements, oh, you'll be seen there for the whole month, he didn't get paid. That is a proper defense for the garnishee. Then you can't go scold at the maintenance officer. I'm not happy. Take it to the court manager. I swear to you, my court manager will be sorry. The maintenance officer is correct. She's very nice. She's very nice. She says she's nicer than me, but that is why she's my manager, and I'm not the person making the hard decisions. The thing is, they must be notified of this, and that's why the whereabouts is so important. Okay? Return of service then comes into play as well. Yes, the Bible says 7 days. It needs to be the maintenance office needs to have a return of service. Practically, it's not always possible. That's probably why you always upset with the maintenance officers. You know, I don't know my return of service. Why wasn't this served? Blah blah blah. The thing is, many of that isn't up to us. We send out the directive. We send out the subpoena. That goes to the sheriff or goes to the next court, who then takes it to the sheriff, the sheriff will serve that, come back to the court, and that court has to send the return of service back to our court. This act is stuck in the last century, it's not 2022. It's an old act, and we are limited by the act. If you want to do anything, change the act, please. Make the act better, make the act something that is more fluid, that you can get your case done within 90 days. The return of service, we'll try to have it within 7 days, but I can guarantee you, we'll also try to have it the day prior to that, or 2 days prior to that. That's when you go to the clock, has he been served. Okay, 7 days, it's a bit of a stretch. 2 days, I can say, nah, we might have it 2 days before the time, or a day before the time. That's the best I can do for you, and I can say, you actually might have it. If it's not there in the file, then we can liaise. You don't even have to come on your court date. Let's just try to find out where he is, why has he been served, and we can take it like that. We can take it from there. But then you're liaising with the maintenance officer well before your court date, and then you get your process going. Number 4, in support of my application, I hereby declare under oath or truly affirm that on what date was the order made? Your court order. That's why you have a copy of the court order. You can see my court order is made 30th of June, 2021. You put that date on your application form. All right? The attached order remains unsatisfied. This is why you have a court order. You're going to attach your court order, your copy of your court order to the application form anyway. Then the amount is still outstanding. Here's where you find out how much your amount is in arrears. The maintenance order is 2,000 rand. He's missed out on two months of payment. The arrears is now 4,000 rand. That goes for garnishes and for attachment of debt. The way that is calculated and the way I want to see that, yes, you can write 4,000 rand, yes, you can write 10,000 rand, you can write 150,000 rand. That's good and well. However, I want to see it on here. Now, this is not included in your bundle, but by our courts, we've incorporated it now. We want to see this. We've got 4 columns next to each other on the page. 4 columns, 1, 2, 3, and there's another column there. On your first column, it will say period. From what period is he in arrears? January 2021, 2,000 rand is not so. January, February, March. That's your period. Amount that should have been paid needs to be under this column. He was supposed to pay 2,000 rand for January 2021. Amounts that he did pay, he only paid 1,000 rand next to that. So what's the arrear amount in? 1,000 rand. Do you understand? And then February 2021, he was supposed to pay 2,000 rand. How much? Yeah, it was paid 2,000 rand. How much did he pay? He paid 1,000 rand. So therefore, the arrear amount now is 2,000 rand. 1,000 plus 1,000, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. You add up your arrears, and that last column needs to say 4,000 rand because he's in arrears. Say 4 months because he's been paying off of the maintenance order as well. Then your first relief would be your garnishee, because that's the easiest to get done. If you can't do the garnishee, we'll do attachment of debt and then warrant of execution. Right. See, it has been calculated as follows, but I know there's 2 lines to say there on your application form. You'll find that it does say 2 lines. How is it calculated? It's great to write it in a line there, but if you have your table, then the magistrate can easily see, okay, this guy is in default. You've made it so simple for the magistrate to see that the magistrate will be understanding and then grant it. If you're going to make it difficult for the magistrate, she's not going to grant it. Okay, she sees many cases, she sees more than the maintenance officer does. Because our magistrate deals with children's court as well. One magistrate, massive Wynberg building, we have one maintenance magistrate. She deals with the children's court as well, and whoever comes up. So we need to make things as simple as possible for her, quick as possible, out the door, because we just want to get the facts. All right? And then your date at the bottom of your application will say dated at Wynberg, today's date there, and you sign. Your signature must be there. At the bottom of that, you leave the oath and affirmation open because the clerk is going to do that with you. Okay? The clerk will commission your application, so you don't have to still worry too much about that. We also ask that an affidavit be attached to this application. Why an affidavit? The affidavit is to show why you bring this application. What happened? Tell your story. You can even say, he's been in arrears, he hasn't paid for the past 2 months, he's in arrears, I would like a garnishee order. That is satisfactory in the affidavit. If you're trying to apply for an attachment of debt, you need to say, he left his work, he's not currently paying at the moment, he has a pension fund here at or retirement annuity at Alan Gray, that the retirement annuity number is so and so because I was able to get that information. I would like this amount attached from there. And we can take it from there. You just ask your maintenance officer, ask your questions. How are we going to go about it from here? And the maintenance officer will gladly explain. All I'm doing now is just to get your foot into the door. Your maintenance officer has to carry you through. Okay? Then, if I can just, before I continue, I just want to just go through the rest of the pages. I want you to page 7, please, man, of the bundle. Here's where we will see section 28, attachment of emoluments. It is under such circumstance in this act that we can then attach a garnishee on his salary. Okay? What we're saying here? On application referred to, so you can get the garnishee upon this application, which is in your bundle. If the court suspends the warrant of execution, that's what my colleague will deal with, the warrant of execution. So if that warrant is suspended, you can ask for a garnishee. If the court suspends your order of attachment of debt, what if something's wrong with the pension fund? Oh no, now the pension fund can't pay a monthly amount, you'll do a garnishee on his salary so long. Or his employer came and gave evidence saying he's working at the moment, he's earning this much and this much, this is how many days he's working. Based on what the employer has come and say at the court, we can then issue a garnishee order on that basis as well. 29 is for the maintenance officer, section 29. We will then notify the employer as to how the garnishee is going to take place. Last but not least, I think that's about it, honestly, for now. If there's any questions, I can attend to the questions. Based on what I've presented, my colleague will take us further. Yes,
Can she face?
oh, first, okay. Good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nokwanda Khozani, Maintenance Officer in Wynberg Court. I am going to take you through the Section 27 warrant of execution and the application form for enforcement. My colleague has already taken you through it step by step. My part is A. That is now for authorization to issue a warrant of execution. That is based on Section 26 of the Maintenance Act. It is on your bundle. So I'm just going to read right now on the Act itself, Section 26, subsection 2A. There is a part there that I need to emphasize, or a period that needs to be shown before you make the application. If any maintenance order or any order made under Section 16, 1A, Roman figure 2, 20 or 21, 4, has remained unsatisfied for a period of 10 days from the day on which the relevant amount became payable. Okay, there's an or there going forward. So now, within that 10 days, that means if the maintenance order has not been complied with, then you can make an application for enforcement. Now, this is not a garnishee application. You are not attaching his salary now. You are now attaching movable property. And if you are attaching movable property and the amount there on your enforcement application is, let's say, less than 100,000, maybe it's 30,000. And the defendant owns cars, movable property like cars, furniture, and all, you have to say what vehicles or those assets, those movable assets are. You say that on your number 2. Just the way my colleague explained, I will make an example. Maybe he owns a Polo Vivo and the value is this much. That's what you write there. and furniture, whatever else that we can attach and sell. That is for warrant of execution. Okay, I am not sure if you do have an example of a warrant of execution, the draft itself on your bundle. You don't have one. All right, I have one here. On your enforcement application, you've circled A, that is for your warrant of execution. Once it has been granted and your application form was all done properly, then the maintenance officer or the clerk of the court is going to draft or complete J397E form. That has got your reference number, your name, the person in whose favor the order was made. I'm not reading everything. That is yourself, the applicant. Then the defendant's name will come underneath, the person against whom the order was made, here and after referred to as the execution debtor. So that is now under section 27, subsection 2A. Once we are done with this form, as a maintenance officer, I have to sign there, and then the applicant as well will have to sign. There is a part that says the person in whose favor the order was made, then she or he signs there. And then when we are done, I have to send it via the sheriffs, submit the form or the warrant of execution against property to the sheriffs, then they will serve it. Then I have to also, maintenance officer must then liaise with the sheriff's office to find out. They have what they call inventory. They make a list of inventory to check whether what we are supposed to attach according to section 27 is there. So they make the list. After that, one that I once dealt with, they informed me that the fees for the inventory was around 400 Rand to 500 Rand. The applicant will have to have that amount. And then thereafter, to attach everything else, the applicant needs to secure some monies in order to store all the assets that were attached. The amount was around 5,000 Rand. Yes, for the storage of either the property, the car. It was the car, I think, yes, that was being attached. And the respondent on the matter didn't have immovable property, and he had only he had a informal, he's staying in an informal settlement. So for immovable property, he had just his immovable house. Is it a house? How do you call it? Well, that one. But then now, immovable property, you can only attach it if the amount was not satisfied with the immovable property that you said should be attached. We only move to immovable properties only when your amount was not satisfied. So for an amount of 30,000 Rand, you cannot come and say you want his immovable property, maybe like a house, to be attached because he owes 30,000 Rand. It has to be relevant and fair. You can't sell a house for 30,000 Rand unless that is the only asset he has. And he has no other immovable property like furniture and cell phones and yes. So you cannot say that a house should be sold for a smaller amount. Okay, we move on. Oh yes, as the applicant, you must then also liaise with the sheriffs after the maintenance officer is done serving your warrant of execution. Okay, then we have I will touch a little bit. My colleague did in detail touch on section 30, which is attachment of debt. And he also mentioned the sworn affidavit. There is one that our advocate once gave us. I did that case once in Simonstown. It is very easy and straightforward. In Weinberg, we are still to introduce it for an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, because the sworn affidavit, sometimes applicants, they say a lot and they miss the point of the fact that what we want to attach is this, and this is where it is. So the founding affidavit, Advocate Reuters has given us to just answer questions. You read through and you answer that question, then it actually gives every information in a chronological manner. And that's it. If anything I've left out, then it can come up from the questions. Thank you so much.
Listeners, give it to
Okay, so in that regard, we don't actually then look at the Maintenance Act. We do the reciprocal
Framework of Maintenance Orders Act, Act. I'll deal with it next month, the 10th of December. I'll explain international.
That's a national matter. It's completely separate. So in our power, we working within our country at the moment, but that's only for those who live in our country, in our city, in our jurisdiction. Those that are outside of jurisdiction is a separate act, and the Remo Act will allow us to enforce maintenance order via our national office. So we don't even liaise with whichever country it is. We speak to our national office, the national office of DOJ. They will then take the matter to that country's national office, and in that maintenance officer there, whoever that person is called, will then call that body and deal with the matter unilaterally there. If we can solve the matter there in that country, then you'll get correspondence and get back to our head office and back to our jurisdiction to inform you that this has been done, it's sorted. If there's a problem, then there will be the back and forth between two countries. But unfortunately, that also takes a bit of time, but I think Mr. Advocate will do it. I can apply for the policy order as it can work. However, we will just have to follow the necessary protocols in order to get in place. What I would ask you in international matter is also still to follow up the enforcement, and I will use that enforcement application as a guideline for the other countries to show them what is my applicant looking for, what she's seeking for. And then I would also like to report out, because I'm sending a letter to the office, we will send it through to that country. This is how I want it done, this is where I want it to come from, and please be attached my client's affidavits, my client's application for the enforcement order and the real calculation, so they can really see where I'm coming from. We're going to tell our story. Every time we try to contact the employer, we always try to tell a story. We contact someone overseas, telling the story so that everything is clear and simple in order for us to enforce it.
So should that be the embassy to enforce on the other side? International enforcement,
yes. So our head office, the DOJ head office, they will be deal with the embassies and so forth. We cannot contact them. We have no jurisdiction or the power to contact them at this stage. But we must work through our head office.
And what happens with the interval intervention? Normally you are able to lodge the maintenance order with Interpol as well. So is there a tracking that you are able to get them into between countries?
Again, head office. Unfortunately, we're not that powerful. But internationally, our head office takes over because they have their risks with other countries. We also have to have a relationship with that country. A treaty. Yes. As long as you have a treaty, we will be solved.
Before we take further questions, there is something that just comes to mind on when you are applying for enforcement. Sometimes when you apply for enforcement, it's not only because they are arrears, but sometimes it's also for future maintenance of the child until the child turns 18 years. Then if the respondent is leaving his employment and there is a maintenance order in place and he is paying, but then now he has stopped working, then and the child may be still 12 years old, then the applicant needs to calculate, and you can be assisted by a maintenance officer in calculating future maintenance. Then you will have to attach that amount up until the child turns 18, and then claim against the provident fund or the pension fund of the respondent. I forgot to say that part.
Who's the next person?
Madam Uglu.
I want to know, does the maintenance officer got the right to cancel a garnish order?
Okay, so we don't necessarily have the right. The maintenance officer doesn't do it by him or herself. It never happens like that. We normally take the garnishing order or any decision that needs to be made goes to the magistrate, and the magistrate will then decide whether the garnishing is going to be cancelled or not cancelled. We would then put the application or put the case before the magistrate in order for the magistrate to make such a decision. Our recommendation would be, magistrate, cancel the garnishing order because of this, that, and that. It's not always so fluid for us because we, like the attorneys, also have to argue our case before the magistrate as well. We must convince the magistrate, no, this cannot happen or this must happen. And based on our recommendation, sometimes the magistrate is in argument with us and then completely takes the other opposite side. So how can you say this? Look at, you must consider this, you must consider that, you must consider this. And then he or she will then make an order that satisfies the magistrate. So whether you are there or not there, the garnishing can still be cancelled based on what has been presented to the magistrate and what she has been before, what she considers. Yeah. All right, wait, other questions?
Since we're running out of time, we're already so behind
Okay, no
schedule.
problem.
Would you be available afterwards, just so that people can, or not, just maybe 10 minutes afterwards, just to, thank you so much for that.
Can I just add, because this case was brought to me at the People's Center, the person is still employed in the same, at the same place. So how could the garnishing order be cancelled?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. As you all know, we are already just behind schedule. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna open 10 minutes after the last speaker, just so that we can do the Q&A. Is it okay? So, and I think James is going to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Bobby. As far as the other questions surrounding the international maintenance, I will deal with it next month. Those of you that would like to come, I will go to the whole email legislation and explain the whole process, the internet, the Interpol process, all of that. I will do on the 10th of December, Saturday, 10th December. Then I will deal with the maintenance process, and I will deal with that. The cancellation of the emolument attachment order, there's a form that is completed, it's called the J405. That's the form that is being used. So there is cases where it happens, but you need to show good cause. I will explain also how that is being dealt with. If any of you have any questions to any of my colleagues, Kwanda, Zani, as well as Lucian answer, please come and ask whatever questions you'd like to ask. Then they will be here. And I also have some other colleagues that will be able to assist as far as our work doing civil attachments in a case where it's a default. There's a question online whether the person must be in arrears. Yes. In terms of section 26.2, the order must be unsatisfied for a period of 10 days, meaning within 10 days the person didn't pay, That's the reason why we attach. He can't take care of his own business, therefore we intervene and then we assist. So it must be unsatisfied for a period of 10 days. Section 26(2) is clear on the position as far as that is concerned. Any of the other questions online, we will answer that. I know my wife is taking snapshots of it, so I will make sure that we get all of those questions answered before the end of today. By this evening, all your questions will be answered. The ones on Interpol, I will do a good presentation on it, on the emo legislation. If you can come next week, then I will come next week, the 10th of December next month, then I will make sure that we cover international maintenance and how it has been done in a more practical way for anyone that want to understand. If you have any other family and friends that needs to know, tell them to go online, or else they can come and listen when we deal with that. Saying all of that, John Hutchinson started to introduce the concept of mediation and all the work that they are doing. On the program, Mr. Engelslever is next, but Mr. Engelslever will stand to one side so that we can get the Weinberg mediation process being explained by Natalie and her counterpart all the way from the Netherlands. We've got now international people. We're not just dealing with local cases over here, we're dealing with international. So we've got a beautiful speaker that will speak regarding what family therapy all entails in the Netherlands. So I will allow Natalie to introduce her colleague, and then we will take it from there.
Okay, can you come sit here?
Where do you want to sit here?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're running very, very late today. We had a bit of challenges, and we missed our dear friend Eugene. He's out of India today, living his best life. And because he wasn't here, we had a lot of technical issues. Look how we're improvising, having to hold the laptop, so that's why we're late. But I am due to speak, I think, after Randall, but I will speak last. I'll give everyone else a chance to speak. I just really wanted to introduce what we do at Weinberg Court. So, someone asked earlier, what can we do in our communities? It's really difficult because a lot of these projects are in NPOs and NGOs. So there's no funding, like John explained. And it takes a few individuals just to get together and decide to make a change in their little corners. And I just would like to welcome Art for Action, Lucy and Joe, and it was a blessing. My blessings were friends. Sia. And Sia. They are from Art for Action. Lucy can tell you a bit about what they do and how they came to be. They started a project at Weinberg Court where I volunteer doing mediations for the sake of the children. And it's just been a wonderful collaborative effort. We've also, Help a Girl campaign have been so generous, and they've donated so many sanitary pads to Weinberg's Children's Court. After me sharing a while ago, our magistrate, she's in the house, Magistrate Mantwana, right at the back. As we were doing a handover with toys one day at the Children's Court, she mentioned to Lucy and I that when they asked a 16-year-old girl, what would you like for Christmas? And this 16-year-old said, I want a pack of sanitary pads. Lucy and I just looked at each other, our hearts broke to a level we cannot explain. And we then put it on social media, rallied the campaign. And thank you, Help a Girl campaign. Yeah. And the media, So I think Art for Action can explain what they do, and we would just like to thank you so much for your generous donation to the project. I know Magistrate Mantwana would like to say something to you, thanking you for your donation. So she'll come up as well, and then I will speak after.
Gosh, this is so exciting for us at Art for Action. We're a small group of volunteers who kind of reacted to what was happening because of COVID. And we felt that we really wanted to tell the story of what COVID meant in South Africa and how it impacts on people in different ways. And so the way we go about doing that is we pick up different causes and we try to tell their story through video. And we hope to get people behind our causes. So you can imagine our surprise when we had a student from Stellenbosch University came to us and said she wanted to pick up on the children's the waiting area in the magistrate's court. And so we went ahead and did this fabulous refurb. The students were there for more than a month, every Saturday, Sundays. They literally scraped down walls, sanded, painted. And then Sia here and his brother Blessing put together a beautiful interview with, I see Magistrate Patron has disappeared again. Oh, there we go. And then you guys responded to our plea and the realization of the suffering that many people have experienced as a result of COVID. I mean, I suppose probably you guys already know the stresses and strains that it has put on community members, on families, and then on children and on their lives. And families fall apart. You know, things have gone quite badly for a lot of people. So what you guys have done here with this collection is just fantastic. And so we're really excited and really appreciative. So thank you very much.
So this is Magistrate Mantwana. She's one of the magistrates in the Children's Court. Like mentioned, there are 5 magistrates in the Children's Court. One does maintenance and Children's Court, and Magistrate Mantwana does Children's Court. She was meant to be, her son is actually surfing in a competition this morning, but look where she's standing. And I think this shows dedication. We've had our maintenance officers here. We have a magistrate in the house, and it just shows the dedication of some of the court officials that are dedicated to helping children and women and just bringing justice to our country. So thank you very much. And would you like to say something?
Good afternoon, everybody. As it's been said, I am Sibongiseni Mtwana. I inherited the magistrate title. I just want to thank everybody that is here this morning. I thank you for your dedication. These are things that as magistrates we take for granted. Just seeing people sitting here the whole morning, and I hear that you hear almost every week. That's an inspiration, not only to us as magistrates, I'm sure as a country as a whole. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude. Greetings from my colleagues from Wynberg, particularly in the Children's Court, as well as the support staff who are forever assisting us in the Children's Court. I just want to thank you in advance for all the support, the donations, and hearing our call when we cried. It really reassured me. Also, it is an inspiration. Also, the spirit of Ubuntu to know that it is still alive. And my trust, faith, and hope in the nature of humanity. It is really a pleasure, not only a privilege to be standing here, but to accept all the gifts and the support that we've given to the children in the Children's Court. And just lastly, to one, it may be a gift, but to a girl child, particularly, the children who are underprivileged, it means the world. To hear a child saying that they want a toothbrush, Colgate, sanitary towel for Christmas, or even as a gift, opened my eyes to know that we are indeed privileged. Once again, Ngozi.
Would you like to say something, Bongi? Yeah, thank you so much to all the hands, but I specifically also want to say thank you to some moms. There was a mom who came this morning. I'm going to be brave enough and mention her name. Her name was Carolyn. She didn't have a babysitter, but she drove all the way from Belleville, Brackenfell, and she left a parcel for Wynberg's Children's Court. Now that just shows she's a mom of community, and I think we're all moms of community, just coming together, trying to mother, our community. So thank you to the moms. Thank you for Ronelle and your donation. We've received it. You're going to make many kids happy in the Children's Court when we do hand it out. I think it's next week or the week after. So thank you very much. It's really heartwarming to see the spirit of Ubuntu. Yeah. And it's literally government officials, DOJ, the magistrate, maintenance officers also fall under DOJ, the National Prosecuting Authority, with civil society coming together, seeing the gaps and saying, let's fill the gaps, let's stand in the gaps, let's make the difference together and hold hands. So that's really encouraging. And like John mentioned, I do mediations in the domestic violence court on a Wednesday. And I've been privileged to co-mediate with Monica. She's going to come up now. She's a family therapist all the way from Holland. Yes, Germany and Holland. So she's going to share about her experience in our mediations and the benefits of family therapy.
How do I get on this one here? Wonderful, thank you. Without them, I lost. And then because every time I tip on this one, it's enter. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I really appreciate it. My name is Monica Meister. I'm a family therapist. In the last past, I worked a lot with families, nowadays more with couples, but it's all part of family therapy. So this is really change of subject now. And I want to start with a question for all of you. And please hands up, who feels that in your family, there is a family member that is perceived as difficult? Okay, because that's actually what happens most of the time, most families. And so I will start to say something about how does family therapy look at a family member that is perceived as difficult, because I'm not saying it's difficult, but perceived as difficult. There's slight difference. So the basic idea is that a problem lies within the family as a whole, rather than with a single person within the family unit. Yeah. So each member of the family contributes to the problem in some way. That can be very small, that can be in a bigger way, and also so plays a part. And everyone also is affected by the problem, so in some way influenced. And so family therapy helps in gaining the perspective that the problem is a shared one, understanding that it can be solved in joint effort. And I think that's a big difference, yeah? So this, I put a few drawings of mine in the whole, which relate to a book that will be published next year in Germany about couples work. So it doesn't fit completely, but to give an idea. So I think in this sense, so no one should be left behind in a family setting, yeah? So what is family therapy? Family therapy was developed 60 years ago, and the big difference is, while individual therapies concentrate on a person's personal struggles, family therapy sees individual problems in the context of the family and relationships. The focus is on the space between people, how they connect, and the patterns of behavior they have developed. And then you can think about boundaries. So that's a big topic within family therapy, are boundaries. And to go a bit to the extreme, they can be diffuse or they can be rigid. So diffuse would, for instance, mean if children can do whatever they want, there are no rules at all. Or rigid would mean there are rules for everything and children have to obey all the time. So both wouldn't work well really in a family setting. So what we then would look for is like a more balanced way. So there are rules, but you know, they're flexible. You can adapt them depending on the situation or on needs of family members. Yeah? So the assumption in family therapy is that problems can't be successfully addressed or solved without understanding the dynamics of the family. And this is one which is more in the couple works as both standing there, I'm right, you know, and you're wrong. And that these kind of dynamics, whatever it is within a family, that this is what you try to understand. So there are several types of therapy within family therapy. So it means like different approaches how you can deal with a family and their problems, what they want to change. The first one, I think most important, is a solution focused, which helps to articulate a desired future. It's also, I think this is a link to mediation, right? Where you focus on the solution. So what is needed to solve the problem? The systemic one is a focus on belief systems. So you can think of in a family, maybe if a person feels he or she is incompetent, how would that affect the others in the family? How would that affect the dynamics? And just in the first place, to understand all of this. Another one would be strategic. A family learns to plan, implement this in their daily life and measure the outcomes. And structural identifies and reorders the organization of the family. For example, if there are no boundaries, what we mentioned. So the goals of family therapy is to develop and maintain healthy boundaries. So the boundaries come back again and again. So this is what holds a family, right? And this is where you really try to understand how it works within the family. So you try to facilitate cooperation and communication. How do you do that? So I think one of the most important things if you work with a family, if they're all together, you try to listen to each other, which often is the most difficult one for people. So really open your ears and try to hear what someone wants to say. And further on, to be aware of the relational aspect. What I mean with that is like, whenever you talk to someone, you will, with your tone of voice, with your expression on your face, you will give this person an idea how you feel about them. So it's a difference if you say, oh, can you please give me this glass of water? Or if you say, give me the water. You know, there is the ways we communicate with each other, and to be aware of that, how we do it. It will, we say something how we feel about another person. Yeah, so, yeah, and then, of course, to be clear in what you say, and what I always ask people to use the I form, so I think, or I feel, or I want, or I need, so that you can be more clear in what the issue is. Further on, important to build empathy and understanding. Of course, that's what you try to get into the family system. And I find always also very much in couples work to create an awareness around assumptions. So we all do it all the time. We make assumptions, but that can be very tricky, and it can easily lead to conflict if we don't check on them. So if I have an idea, or if I think this person will do that or think that, or check on it, rather take it for granted what you don't know and act on it, because that often creates a conflict. yeah, so, and of course, the goal of family therapy is to reduce conflict within the family so the family can learn to solve conflicts. Yeah, all as a family, we're all in the same boat, right? So it's like this idea that you will impact on each other. You can't take that away. So the approach of the therapist. So I now speak for myself. When I start a session with a family, I think the most important for me is to be open, to really kind of try to engage in that space in an open way. And part of that is to be non-judgmental. So it's not about right or wrong. It's not about good or bad. It's about understanding and making people feel safe so they can open up and they can really share what's on their mind and what they want, maybe what they want to change, what they perceive as a problem. As important is to be non-biased, so understanding every family member. So sometimes, of course, you know, there is within a family, someone says it and you really feel like, oh yes, I completely get that. But then maybe another family member, and I give this example of a parent who might be very rigid, so where you then maybe think, oh, that's not helpful for the whole family. Still to understand where does it come from. Is it maybe something this person has learned him or herself growing up? Is it something, you know, that they fear to lose control and therefore they try to be rigid? So what people what they think and why they think it can give information needed to understand which changes could be helpful. So then you work with people in the room, so everyone brings something to the room, or everyone brings several things to the room, and for sure personality, and then I find important to understand that children can't choose their parents, but parents can't choose the children. So sometimes I can see that two personalities just, it's difficult. They don't have this instant connection, or they don't understand each other easily, and this is sometimes just to accept that that is the case, and we have to work with it. Other things that everyone brings is baggage, and then I often look at the transgenerational part of it. So are there certain rules, are there certain ideas that grandparents maybe pass on to parents and parents to children, and then are they helpful for the family system? Or is it something that kind of limits people in how they are with each other? Then, of course, expectations, and I think it's very important to look if they're realistic. With unrealistic expectations, you very, very easily can get stuck. Beliefs is important, and to understand, do they limit family members, or how do they affect the dynamic? Of course, also the experience we all bring, or we always gather over a lifetime, and then I find it important to look for resources. And what I can see often in couples and families, emotions get up high very quickly. And then I ask people, so do you think you could maybe, I don't know, breathe 3 times before you react? Can you take a little while to consider how you want to deal with the situation? They find it difficult. And then sometimes I refer to work and I say, okay, if you're at your workplace, you're in a difficult situation. And then they say, yes, then I'm more focused. Then I find it easier not to become emotional. So then I can say, like, you know, you have that skill, you have it. Just maybe we can look for a way forward to transform it into a different setting. So resources, I think, are very important to understand what people already have and what they bring and how you can use it. Okay, so the tools of a family therapist, yes, obviously questions, asking questions to understand what's going on for a family. And then I find from, this is part of family therapy, I think it comes from there also. It's a circular question, which is something like you could imagine a family that a therapist would ask the daughter, what do you think how your mother feels when your brother doesn't do the homework? So you go all the way around. That's why it's called circular questioning. So you we try to get information from what's going on in the family in a way that maybe the mother wouldn't say anything if you would ask her directly, but asking the daughter, maybe the daughter has a certain idea about it. If that's right or wrong, you can find out, but to get more information into the system. And there's 4 different ways you can look at them as meaning, beliefs, behavior, and feelings. So I've got some examples there. Another I find very, very good question is the magic wand question. So if you would have a magic wand, what would you change? So that really sets people into a different mindset where they can think of, okay, even if it seems impossible, what I really would like would be this. And then we still can see if it's impossible, right? To really bring people to think a bit further. So what would be your ideal? And of course, sometimes it's possible, sometimes not, but it can give a good direction. And then, there are 2 other techniques that's similar, I find so interesting, which are part of family therapy, and this is family sculpting. So you have a family, and maybe you feel for one person within the family, it's very difficult to say something. They can't find the word, they find it difficult to talk anyway. So what you can do then is you say, you know what? Now you take every member of your family and you find a place for them. Maybe the mother stands here, the father stands here, the brother over there. And then you say like, okay, and you also can tell them the posture is standing like this, or like this. You know, you can, that they really like form, like a sculpture. You make a family sculpture. It's how one person perceives the family. And that will give every member of the family an idea without having to say anything. And then obviously you can say, okay, and how would it feel if your mother would come closer to your father? Or how would it feel if your brother would go to the other side? So you can start to play and see, you know, how people then, what options that there might be. And similar is the family board, and but that would be more for if you work with someone individually about a family problem. So you have this wooden board and you have these figures, different sizes and shapes, and then they can say, for instance, this, I don't know, this long one is my mother, the short one is my brother, so they can put it on the board. And the good thing is that you get a first impression, and then very easily you can change the figures, and you can say like, okay, if it would look like this, how would that feel for you? And you can analyze problems without actually having the family there. So I find these really interesting ways to deal with family matters. Yeah, so that's more or less it. I want to end with a quote I find really beautiful. It's, to put the world in order, we must first put the nation in order. To put the nation in order, we must put the family in order.
Yeah.
To put the family in order, we must cultivate our personal life. Yeah. And to cultivate our personal life, we must first set our hearts right.
Sure.
And that is what I think, what I always, when I work with people, that's to feel that my heart is in the right place and that I can reach them and that we can have a contact and we can do something together.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, that was powerful. Thank you so much, Mrs. Monica Dachman Meister.
Thank you.
That was really powerful. So I just want to let you know that we have an amazing attorney here today, Ms. Michaela Jackson. And she will just talk to us about, well, give us a bit of guidance on drafting wills. And then we're going to have Ms. Carl Walsh close out today's dialogue just after she speaks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michaela Johnson. I'm currently specializing in the field of wills and administration of deceased estates. I'm going to keep this short because I know that we are behind schedule. But basically, a will is basically a document where you will stipulate your last wishes, and there are many reasons why having a will is important. So the first reason would be, which would be the most obvious one, is to make sure that when you pass on, I know that it's an uncomfortable conversation that many people don't want to speak about, but then when you pass on your assets or bequeath according to your last wishes, okay? And also you can make special bequests to particular people, things of that of sentimental value, etc. You can also be in charge of how you want your mortal remains to be dealt with after your passing. It is also important to have a will if you have minor children. So what you can do in your will is you can appoint guardians to look after your minor children should you pass on before they reach the age of majority. You also have the option to have a trust created. So whatever you bequeath to your children, you then have the option to create a trust. So should the child not reach the age of majority or whatever age you have in your trust, then that money will be held safely for them, and you will choose the trustees who will deal with the children's inheritance until they reach a particular age. So if you do not have a will, we are guided by what is called the Interstate Succession Act. So that is the legislation that guides us in terms of who will inherit, etc. And who will inherit your estate after your passing depends on various factors, which would include the value of your estate, your marital status, if you are married, your matrimonial property regime, etc. And what would happen in an instance where you have a minor child upon your passing, but you do not have a will? The inheritance will then go straight to the guardian's fund, which is an institution within the master's office. And in order to take care of that child's particular needs, you then have to go to the master's office, you have to apply, show proof, etc. Until they reach the age of majority, then the inheritance will be paid over to them. So that for me is one of the most important reasons to stipulate what your last wishes should be upon your passing. It is, however, important to note that although you can inherit or bequeath your estate to whoever you would like to in your will, if you are married in community of property, your half share will automatically go to your spouse, and your will then dictate how your other half share is dealt with. Okay? One of the benefits of that is, let's say you have a child, your child is married in community of property. In your will, you can stipulate that your child's spouse will not have a benefit or claim against any inheritance to your child, although they are married in community of property to them. There are many other aspects as to why wills are important, and the reason why I'm here today is basically just to offer my services to those who would like to have these things drawn up and would like further information in this regard, but do not necessarily have the funds to pay for the legal services. I don't have a presentation today, but the facilitators do have my details, which I can share with you accordingly, and I will be here on the 10th of December as well to assist accordingly to even needs assistance in this regard. And for any questions that we are answering. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Michaela Jensen. That was very helpful. And our last speaker for today, Ms. Powell, she's going to share with us more about. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so Ms. Powell, she's going to close today's gala for us, but she's going to be here again on the 10th of December on our last gala. Before you come up, I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you're doing, for being such a creative problem solver in our communities. rebuilding or building our communities, especially our women. Thank you very much. And a warm applause for Ms. Baba.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can see that you're all tired, so I will make it very short and sweet. I'm Pearl Walsh. I have built an umbrella under the social impact relations, looking at how we can fight safety and security for women and children. We're also looking at how do we fight the unjust within the justice system, which is a long, lingering process which leads us to the unfair maintenance and unfair intra-maintenance and divorces that we are going through. I would like to thank all the colleagues, associates today for all the effort, the endless effort and hard work that they are investing in fighting for the community. And all I would like to say is, as long as we all stand together, as long as we fight, we speak our voices for those who are shattered with the abuse and trauma that they are going through, I think we are able to stand and make a small difference within society. As long as we all stand together, men and women, fighting the unjust, looking at justice, looking at how we can build our freedom, rebuilding respect, ethics, values, which we have lost within the system amongst ourselves. How do we regain that? How do we stand together just by starting within our inner circle, helping one another so that we can be a better society for tomorrow? Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Ms. Kawan. That was powerful. Sure. Thank you so much for today. I know today wasn't easy. We had a very extensive program. Thank you for joining us here in this auditorium. And for those who are watching online, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking a Saturday to come and be here with us. I would like to thank the speakers. Thank you so much for the time, for your wisdom, and also for pouring and sowing into this movement freely. Sure. Thank you so much for our women and for our children. And I just want to thank the mothers in the WhatsApp group for all you do for each other, supporting each other, encouraging, comforting, championing each other. Well done for showing the real spirit of the Ubuntu. Please do join this group, because if you can't do this alone. In the WhatsApp group for maintenance, we also have a WhatsApp group where the mothers from the maintenance group actually created to support each other's businesses. I mean, that's not the spirit of Ubuntu on display. So please do join these groups, because that's where you're going to get help, support, get empowered, get educated, and really, you can't do this alone. And I would also like to thank the NPA for giving us the space to be able to host these monthly dialogues. And then also thank Advocate Dion Reiters, Eugene Opperman, Felicity Guest, Liz O'Connor, Natasha Struble, and Ronald for all the support that you've given us. Freely sowing of your time. We really appreciate you. And then, yeah, that's it for today. So please do join us again on the 10th of December, where we are going to be focusing more on gender-based violence, femicide, and also just focusing on what that also looks like in the maintenance system. So please join us again. Sadly, there's no lunch today, but you're welcome to socialize afterwards if you like. And you can also join the maintenance officers, ask any more questions that you don't have. And you're welcome to also come to the front at the generators. We'll also be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much and enjoy your afternoon.